That's right. Oh, it is a good day. It is a good day. I'm very excited. Because today, a brand new World of Warcraft season, Classic Plus, is getting released. That's right. The best MMO ever made is getting additional content for the first time in, I don't know, like 17 years or some shit. I don't know. When did BC come out? But that doesn't count. Fuck it. But yes, I'm in a good mood today. 1 p.m. in 4 hours. 1 p.m. PST, 2 p.m. my time. It is going to be the very beginning of, I don't know, maybe the end for many of us in TDC. Actually, I don't know. I don't know how many people are going to be interested in playing Classic Plus, but I am going to be creating a guild. All right, we're making a stream guild for Classic Plus for Season Discovery. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping people want to play with me. If not, that's okay. Thorkin, Ella, and I will just run dungeons together and screw everybody else. But we're going to make it anyway in case anybody wants to play. Make it a little cozy home for us on whatever server we pick. I don't know. We got to figure that out. I have Classic open. I have the servers open, and whenever we can make a character, we're gonna make a character. We're gonna reserve some names, and we're gonna do that. So I'm looking forward to that. It's gonna be at the end of the stream today. Please don't know, Evan. I want to try it. Absolutely, Ashley. I'm gonna be making it. We're gonna be doing it on stream. I might stream long today. I don't know. I don't usually stream games on this channel, but maybe after stream we're done today. We'll just wait. Why is my fireplace paused? Actually, I kind of like it. It's kind of meta, isn't it? Whatever. Oh God, yeah. I'm looking forward to it, man. I've really been waiting for this for years, I think. So I initially didn't know how much I'd want to play because, you know, I'm really busy and I got lots of shit going on, but I think that it's important for me to make time. You know, this is one of those things, this is one of those games that comes around for me that I need to make time for. So I'll make some time for it today, make some time for it this weekend, and we'll see. I really like the way they're doing it, where they're releasing it in content stages. So you have the first stage is up to level 25, and then they're doing one up to level 40, then up to 50, then up to 60. So the server progression will be like community focused. But before that, we have to build an Astral Knight class. All right, we got to do some art. I want to write down the very first things we can write down for the Astral Knight, so we're gonna do some of that today. It's gonna be a whole thing. But good morning, guys. Good morning, Ashley. Good morning, Blaze. Good morning, Roval. Good to see you. What's going on, Garthin? Thorkin, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Steve, always a pleasure, my friend. Who else is here? I say hi to Blaze. Ah, shit, I think I might have said hi to Blaze by accident. What's up, Sienna? Good to see you guys. More like Astral. Okay, no, I'm not making this character Nithar. You can't make me. You can convince me, but you can't make me. Would Ella be okay being a Nithar? Would she be okay being a Nithar? She probably would, to be honest. You know? I think she probably would. So, what's up, Busy? Good evening to you. Feeling alright, Monster Hunter shenanigans and paper mini making. What are you making out of paper for minis? I'm intrigued. What do you mean paper mini making? That sounds interesting. What kind of love are you putting into the world today, Evan? Steve, we're going to be doing some art and class design for the Astral Knight. One of the things that I think is most important for me right now as far as my values for Eldara is I want to make the world open. I want to open the world. I want to open the game. I want to make it playable, basically. And one of the things that I'm focusing on to do that is putting out content for the game in the form of an adventure. So you can play an adventure. Putting out content for the game in the form of lore, so you can properly run an adventure in the world, or take things that you like about the world and pull them into your game if you want, or you can, I mean, it would be amazing, but would people want to take a dive into Eldara for a little bit in their own game? I want there to be enough lore and everything for people to learn about the world. And then a way to interact with the world from the personal level. So that's the Astral Sage and the Astral Knight. Those are my babies that I'm trying to make really good, really fun to play. So we're gonna be doing some Astral Knight design today. We haven't done some class design in a while. Today I want to start actually writing stuff down. I have been reluctantly avoiding it for a while because I felt sort of like I don't really know how to write a class all that well for people to use. Like I write classes all the time for me to use. And I was like, it's like not up to the standard that a lot of people have with custom classes. But you know, fuck it. We'll just write it and we'll just put it out there and get feedback and then we'll iterate on it. And I have no problems doing that. The only time I want the class to be finished is when we release the first adventure and we do a proper Kickstarter for it. But up until then, if we have like incomplete iterations of the class available, fine, you know, I'm fine with that, right? What are the big mechanical differences between Astral Knight and Astral Sage? A Sage is a full caster. They will use a series of runes to cast different spells at different sort of costs for runes. They learn their spells by discovering new runes, so the class is inherently tied into lore progression, story progression, which is a thing that I kind of want to do more of in TTRPGs. But the Astral Sage, yeah, it's a full caster. It has a really cool cantrip. Its cantrip casting is supportive or damaging, and I really, when it can be AoE. It's the Astral Sage cantrip I think is really ambitious, and I think people are gonna hate it who are like big rules lawyer, mechanics hard, you know, driven fucking, I don't know, turbo nerds. But basically the Astral Sage is full caster. The Knight is going to be, I guess people would call it a half caster. You're going to be able to cast spells that augment and change the way you do melee attacks. So imagine a wizard with a sword, but the only thing that you can cast spells on is different and creative ways to hit people with your sword. So no shooting fireballs or anything. You can light your sword on fire and hit someone and it explodes, but not like shooting any magic. So it's going to be a little bit different. Why not? No, because no Nithars. We're not doing any Nithar. Where I post in your Discord for arts and crafts, not the art that needs feedback, but something to show. In Finished Work. Finished Work, Roval, is a channel for whatever you do, whatever you create, whatever art you make. And Finished Work, the difference between Finished Work and Studies, Work in Progress, and Feedback is Studies, Work in Progress, and Feedback is sort of stuff that you're in the process of or is mid-progress, or that you want feedback on, one of those two things. But if it's a finished piece of anything, art, painting, music, crafts, models, whatever it is, you can post in Finished Work, and people love seeing that shit. So I adore my like couple of bi-weekly, I don't know, jaunts through Finished Work. Hot take, probably the standards for writing anything homebrew for D&D are extremely cringe. Let me write this in a way that where it actually makes sense without jumping through hoops. Yeah, I think... Yeah. Honestly, I think I've been... I'm going to admit that I was wrong on something, all right? I'm going to admit something that I was wrong on. I was intimidated by the thought of wanting to sort of please the hardcore D&D nerds. And the hardcore D&D nerds are typically the ones that are more into the rules and mechanics of the game. Usually, you do get very hardcore players who are into just story and lore and stuff. But that's not my style. That's not my jam. I think that D&D, one of the reasons why I love D&D is that realistically it's a game where you can change your rules around however you want. And so the way I didn't have faith in myself basically for a long time, and I still kind of don't, but people seem to love the way I run D&D games, and I am not very rules focused. Rules are a supportive like gameplay first is a common term in video game design that just means the gameplay has to be fun. The art, the story, all those things support gameplay. And I think a lot of people take the same approach to D&D, and I actually think that's wrong. I think for D&D, experience first, like vibe first, like you know what I mean. It's how you feel about playing the game that matters the most. And so the rules and the gameplay can change and be balanced and whatever. But I'd rather have a class that feels really cool to play than a class that's like, this is the most balanced thing in the world. It's so balanced, man. It's like the Rick and Morty episode where he makes the flattest surface possible. It's like, you know, I'm not going to please those nerds because I realize that I'm not one of them and I'll never be one, because I just don't value that as much. And although I value gameplay mechanics quite heavily, I don't value it as much as somebody who can quote the PHB front to back, cover to cover, right? So, you know, I'm just not that GM, and I shouldn't be that game dev either, right? So I'm gonna start doing stuff that I would do, and hopefully that uniqueness comes through as appreciated by somebody rather than me feeling like I need to fit into sort of the greater crowd. Wish I could change my name on Twitch to Turbo Nerd. Wait, you want to be the Turbo Nerd, Steve? All right, fair enough. There's always an alt burner account where you can post you know, shit in VTubers chats that, you know, you could always create if you wanted. That's not a fan. The hardcore players will be there to nitpick, but it's not worth it. Well, exactly, Viddy. You're right. You're right, and I was wrong about that for the longest time. Like no matter what, and I've actually, Viddy, I learned this through lore. I learned this through lore building, right? For Eldara, that no matter how hard I try to please the turbo nerds, I will never please them. And I gave up trying to please them with lore and world building. And sometimes people come, like Viddy, I'm sure you've seen it like you've been here for a while. You're you know, part of the family, right? You've seen people come in the last year and be like very upset that I don't like have my lore work a certain way, or that dragons, I don't have, you know, chromatic dragons, or whatever I do that's unique to Eldara that somebody you've seen lose their mind over. And I've realized in seeing somebody lose their fucking mind over a narrative choice that I have in my world, it made me realize that I will never please some people. And I can't try to, because then that makes it disingenuous for what I'm trying to create. Same thing's true with lore. I mean, sorry, with mechanics. So good morning, Venus, or good evening, sorry. I think most reasonable hardcore players should understand a disclaimer saying this might not be balanced. I'm trying to execute a flavor first and happy to revise numbers in the future, which I will happily have a like little statement. Like I'll have like a note from the creator that people can read or not whenever I post something, where I'll talk about my intent behind something. You know, it'll be formatted actually as a letter to the GM or letter to the player, letter to the person using it, right? Where in my letter to the player for the Astral Sage, I'll say like, hey, this is supposed to be a really flavorful lore-filled class, and balance is something that you can change or your GM can change. If you don't like the way certain things work in the class, please change them to fit you. If you don't like the way numbers are, if you think certain things don't work for you, change it. Right? I don't know. I can't balance for your game because it's impossible. So if you need to change the balance for it, and you like the class, but you don't want to, like, you know, you want to still use it, but you feel like it doesn't live up to the standards of your game or whatever it is, change it. And the same thing is true for like when I've thought about this a lot, the letter of intent to letter to the GM for when I write the Eldarin Adventures. One of the most important things that I'm going to say to GMs is, look, this is the base adventure. There is a lot of room here for you to put your mark on the world and to place your fingerprints into Eldara. So if you like there's certain things that I'll say it's intended for the players to get to this point, but you don't like the way I've written they get to that point, change it completely. Do whatever you want. Bring your own personality into the game. If you don't like that they travel via airship or whatever it is, like, you know, then they can walk or whatever. You know what I mean. But basically, I'm gonna try and write something that empowers players and GMs to change the mechanics of whatever it is that they are using from my world to you know, fit with what they want. Rule of cool, yeah, exactly. That's super important for TTRPGs. I don't know, Cobalt, do you think rule of cool is more important for TTRPGs than it is for video games? Because that's the way I've actually always felt about TTRPGs, but I think that's an unpopular statement. I actually don't know if it's unpopular or not. So got into a game, we're all noobs in the same age range. We have the first time GM, and I rolled a nat 1 twice during my first game. I am proud of you, Venus. Congratulations. That's awesome. I'm glad you and your friends are starting the game up. When it comes to the rules of any game mechanic, it needs to make internal sense to the world and the theme of the game, so that there is a logic to my world players can understand. Exactly. And once it does that, I feel like we don't need to worry too much about mechanics. But also, here's the thing about D&D that you can't do in like a video game. When you make a video game, you can't balance, you know, you can't balance on the fly. You have to release patches, and you do release patches. Hell, if you're an MMO player, or like World of Warcraft, for example, releases class balancing every couple of weeks. There was just one on Tuesday. There was one on Tuesday and one a couple of weeks, like, and 2 weeks before. that change the way classes work to make the game more functional and more fun. You can't do that with TTRPGs as much because you can't like, it's not like if you print out the Astral Sage and then I change something for the Astral Sage, it's not like you see the thing get crossed out in magic red ink and then the new green numbers get put in. You're like, oh wow, Evan balanced the Astral Sage this week. You can't do that. So I think you need to have sort of a more free form, like, you're the dev, you're kind of the dev if you're playing this class and you're like, man, I feel like my cantrips don't do shit. Talk to your GM, be like, hey, do you feel the same way? Because I feel the same way, and can we rebalance this? And then yeah, sure, instead of d6s you deal d8s, or if you don't like at level 12 you have 4 d6s for the cantrip, throw an extra d6 in there. I don't care, you know. What's up, J Ryan? DD session update patches, wouldn't that be awesome though? I don't know, that'd be kind of cool. What's up, Soja? Good morning to you, my friend. And posted? All right, I'll check it out. You gotta do you, especially since you have a lot, have a vision as opposed to a product you're trying to ship. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what happens when it becomes both, right? Some of these features might not be too strong in different settings depending on the type of game you run. Feel free to change them. This is the flavor of the first class. Beautiful. That's a beautifully crafted sentence right there for conveying exactly what I'm trying to convey. Did I read the 4 extreme topic stuff from yesterday? I did. I did, dude. All right, listen. Okay. Hold on, we'll talk. We need to talk about 4E. We gotta talk about it later. Honestly, yeah. Since I think since TTRPGs have so much to do with imagination, storytelling, especially collaboratively, you can afford to do silly or unscientific or unlogical things just because it's cool. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I think so. I think that's more true for D&D than it is for video games. Rock Goblin Warlock. Okay. All right. Whenever you have art for your character, Venus, I need to see this. I need to do, or I think a lot of old school TTRPG gamers abide by the rule of cool more than the rules lowering. But I know also a lot of indie/small TTRPGs are emphasizing story more than rules too. So in a small scale, it's becoming more popular. Yeah, maybe you're right, and I like, I know I'm wrong, but it's just like, or I was wrong. But it's like, how wrong was I? In video game, they have to work for a greater majority of folks that are engaging with it. Yeah, you can't just like balance for, yeah, you can't balance for the individual like you can in D&D if you give people, but you have to empower people to do that and trust them that they're smart enough to be able to do that, right? There are some people who are going to be like, Evan expects me to balance this for my game. I'm not gonna play this class. Get out of here. Like, fuck this shit. And like, that's fine. Some people are gonna hate it, and they're gonna be like, if you're not providing me with a perfectly balanced thing, I'm not wasting my time on your class. And that's fine, but I realize that I'm not making my classes and stories and game for those kind of people, because I'll never be able to achieve it. Like, once years down the road, when I'm beyond D&D, when I've like successfully built a D&D empire, I've successfully proven Eldara as a setting for TTRPGs through D&D, and then ideally porting it to Pathfinder as well. I want to create my own game with mechanics that I've always wanted to have in a TTRPG. At that point, when I have that high level of product where it's like, now you are paying, you know, money for a product, for a game system, for whatever it is, I will have people who are those turbo nerds to do the balancing for me as part of a team effort. But until then, when I'm on my own, I'll never make them happy. So, you know, I should just try and enjoy the process. What's up, Crimson? What's going on, bro? Did a plain air of this? Wait, I did a plain air of the snowy outside today. Wait, what? I have no idea what you mean by that, Venus, but I'm excited for you. It's always going to be that one min-max player who will find a way to break the rules, or for the game. Sometimes that can be funny, but to me it feels a lot like those players in MPG that win in 2 turns. Like, how is that fun for others? Well, I understand it. Like, I get it, Sienna. Like, I understand it's not fun to play against those players. It's not fun to play against super ultra. Like we call those players sweaty in the video game world, right? So those players are very sweaty. But you know what? I love them for it. If some players want to get super sweaty over D&D, and that's totally fine. It's a problem when you're super sweaty at a fairly non-sweaty table. But I think that there's lots of groups that the entire group is super sweaty, and that's fine. And if they're having fun doing that style of game, fuck yeah. Go be champions, all right? I love you guys for it. But I just don't think my content will ever make it onto a really sweaty table, nor do I really want it to. But maybe it will. Who knows? Maybe my Astral Sage will be overly tuned and overly balanced, and people will be like, this is crazy, Evan. No D&D art yet. I want to play a couple games to like learn what the fuck my character is right now, because the way I entered the game was that I was searching for food in a tavern basement, and I spoke in an accent and ate a fire-bolted rat. And you know what, Venus? I think that's a better way of playing D&D. I think the early stages of D&D are for finding your character. I know it's not the popular way of doing it. I'm in the minority on this, and so are you now. Most people figure everything out about their character before the game. And they come to the game with a giant backstory and a giant description and art and whatever else. And then they try and make the game fit for their character, you know? But I've always said that I think the D&D is much better. The game is better, the DM does better, and the players secretly do better. They don't, even though they don't realize it, when they try and make their character fit to the game as opposed to the game fit to the character. So, you know, I think it's an awesome way of doing it. So maybe in a couple weeks of playing, you'll have an idea of what your character looks like. You just can do smart, but don't rush it. You know, funny how folks demand balance in TTRPGs when anime OP pro tags and shows are frequently seen. Yeah, I mean, but that's I get it. They're kind of different realms. Good morning, Nick. It is going well, my friend. It is. We're doing some night design today. We're doing some class design. We're gonna do some art along with it. Nick, today we are writing down the first actual rules we can. We're gonna try writing down a very rough draft of what the Astral Night is gonna look like. So I'm very excited for that. And do some art as well while we're talking about it. Plein air means outdoor painting. Oh, I see. Okay. Or like in the natural air. That's fair. That's really good, actually. I think painting outside is painting in your environment is actually really it's a really strong experience. I don't know if it makes better art, but it's a strong emotional experience. It's a connection to your art that you don't have necessarily always indoors. Great for also avoiding coughing due to fucking chemicals from painting. So, you know, that's good too. But whenever I try to play D&D, I keep the backstory open in mind because of it. Yeah, and I think it's a better way of playing it. You know, I've always disagreed with people that here's why I think they do it. I think somebody comes to their game and they write a billion words over what their character is. They talk about every feature of them, all their personality, what they are, who they are, where they've been, what they've done. They have a tragic backstory, they have art, they have whatever, and they come to the game and they're like, this is my character. Now I'm gonna try and fit them into the world and also fit the world into them. But I think that it's really, really hard to convincingly fit the world for the player character when you have more than one player character. And so I think that players, I get why they do it because they're excited. They want to write stuff. They want to tell a story. But I think that like maybe there's a lacking, like definitely in characters and players in my game, I discourage them to have massive backstories. I play with players that do that. Do I enjoy their characters as much as the players that find their backstories along the way? No. And I've told them that straight out. If you come to me and we were playing a D&D game and you have a 5-page backstory, okay, your character's not that interesting to me unless you like spend time working outside to fit it in beforehand, which players very rarely do. If they do that, great, that's a lot of fun. But I think that D&D, even if you want to do that, I think it's always a better experience to try and fit your character to the game than the game to the character. Because let's say the game is Lord of the Rings and you have made a character that's the equivalent of Twilight Sparkle from My Little Pony. Doesn't really work, does it? You know, and then it's kind of awkward because you're a fucking pony and you're in this like medieval, like low magic fantasy realm of like a very serious story and a very serious tone and mood and whatever. The world's not going to fit to you, bro. It's just not going to happen. So I think that it becomes evident that, oh, you want to be the jokester? Well, there's ways to do that. You want to be the solemn hero? There's ways to do that. And I think that as you play the game and you get a sense of what's going on, not just from your DM, but also the other players in the party, you can build a character that sort of fits in that game a lot more successfully than if you come pre-written with a character. But that's an opinion I know a lot of people don't share, and I disagree heavily. But that's the beauty of playing TTRPGs, is we all find players and groups that align with our own, you know, align with us in our own values in D&D. So, you know, I do have a page limit though, where I won't play with a player if they come with a backstory that's beyond a certain pages, and I'll never tell you guys what that page limit is, but I do have a page limit. So just personally, Kymers, let's choose and collab the DM and a bunch of to make sure they fit. While I write a good backstory, I don't go off the rails. Typically, as I play more, I expand the backstory because I get a better feel for the world. That's a great way of doing it, I think. Yeah. The best backstory is one that one Belle has from Beauty and the Beast, who seeks adventure beyond their peaceful provincial life. She basically is a cloistered scholar with an artificer dad. Yeah, sure. I agree. It's like have a basic motivation for why you're doing what you're doing, and then figure out all the details later, you know? Don't rush them. They'll become apparent, right? Probably I'm not using turpentine because it's some sort of white spirit. It works though, and then I air out my room, so it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you're using. It's hard to paint safely, so just I don't know. Just do your best. Honestly, the more I play, the more I'm like literally just let me experience the story that's happening. But I think I'm with Knight on this one. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's good to like have a bit of an idea of where your character is coming from and who they are. But let the story shape your character, man. You'll figure out how you want to fit into your game. You know, like for certain players like Ella's a chameleon player. Ella's a support player. She's the best kind of player to play with because she will change her character based on what the group needs without even knowing it intentionally, right? If the group is a little too serious, she might be a little bit more, you know, laxed and sort of the comic relief that fits within the tone of the game, which isn't, not all comic relief is equal. If the group is lacking a leader, she is the noble at the front. If the group is lacking a little bit of seriosity, then she, you know, is the gruff whatever, and she's very good at doing that. And I think the players that can do that have a lot more fun because they just they work more in the game, as opposed to there's no friction of them trying to grind their preconceived ideas against the game to make it work. And it's also a pleasure to DM for. But yeah. Immediately I may be a hypocrite because I'm terrible at world building, opting for existing settings. No, it's fine. You just use what you want, and that doesn't mean that you can't do world building within an existing setting. You absolutely can. You know, some of the best world building I've ever done, I think personally, was done within Star Wars. I think some of the worlds that I built within Star Wars, the custom places and planets I built, or the custom orders and force traditions within, you know, the setting, I think were some of the best world building I've ever done, and that's perfectly fine. I've always written a backstory for my characters, usually including something that happened to me and a person that did that to me. I've always done that, so the mindset of helping the DM come up with a side story if they want to, definitely not required. But as someone who has DM before, I appreciate that. Thoughts on that? I like it. If players like show up with, so here's the thing, you can show up with as much backstory as you want. I think it depends on how attached you are to it. And like you said, you use it if you want, and if it comes up, then that's great. And if it doesn't, you're like, okay, whatever, man. And, you know, maybe I have this dramatic backstory about how I was afflicted with a curse by a local count, and I want to get revenge on him at some point in time. But then the plot of the D&D story is that all the characters go on a little adventure mission and are portaled, spirited away to another world. It's like, well, your count's never coming back in that story, and so like, are you okay with that or not? It's about how much attachment you have, causing friction as you're trying to grind your expectations against the story, and that's where it becomes a problem, and it becomes frustrating and not as good. But if you're willing to like change things up and on the fly, I think that's beautiful, you know. Love that Elle and I play so similarly. It'd be fun to play with you two in a game, honestly, and see what happens. Most of my one-shot characters ended up with like one-page backstories after the one-shot. That's great. I love that. You know, I personally write my backstory after the first session. Like, if I'm playing a game, actually, no, not even the first session, probably after the first 3 or 4 sessions. After the party is solidified, because here's the thing, here's the way I see it. You're not opening up to everyone immediately anyway, right? Usually, maybe after, okay, we get into the adventure, we get into the story, we go do the quest to clear the Cobalt mine out, we come back to town, we save the thing, we find out, oh my god, that lich is actually afflicting the whole country. Now we need to chase the lich down because the local mage lord says, can you help us on this? You've clearly dealt with the lich, can you go find them? We'll pay you handsomely for this. And you're like, okay. And then you go off on your grand adventure. You have your Weathertop scene where you're no longer just doing a thing casually. You're taking the ring to fucking Mordor. That's what you're doing, man. You're committed through this. You're going to Rivendell, you're taking the ring, you're doing the thing, you're going. that's when you have the campfire moment where you sort of are poking the fire and you look at your barbarian and you say, what's your story, man? Why are you here? So you don't need to have your backstory or any backstory before that. And I love not having it. And so if I have someone with a tragic whatever and someone that's this and someone that's that, I'll create a backstory for a character that I feel fits in, is interesting to the whole party as archetypical fantasy goes. You know? I give J2 characters no backstory. They're essentially different characters. Then she worked wonders with it. That's pretty sick. You know, I think that building your backstory like that's actually a talent. So, my DM looked at my backstory when we went through and was like, hey, I was looking at X for reasons. What do you think about changing this part to this thing? Yeah, flexibility is important, Knight, you know? You're still considering a Twitch game? It is not. I'm not just considering a Twitch game. I am actively planning it. I don't want to announce anything right now, but I am actively planning the Twitch game. And it's going to be fun, and it's going to be a whole lot more relaxed than I was going to do originally. It's going to be a little more casual. And once I have the story for it, it's going to be awesome. Hopefully. I don't know if people like it, you know, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to bringing other people into the world and showing you guys what Eldara looks like through gameplay, which I think is more interesting. You know, you can paint a picture with RP in a way that you can't paint a picture with lore, right? It's like an easier way to, it's like, how do I tell you guys about Horizon? What's the easiest way for anyone to learn about Horizon? Is it easier for you to read an article that's like 100 pages long? That might be efficient, but it's not, you know, useful, right? But then on top of that, if you're learning about the Horizon via watching players explore it or you exploring it, then that's a better way of doing it. Asking why you have to think or after things matters rather than session one. I agree, Ashley. My bard's backstory evolved from what happened in the present. I was the only one who passed the new type rule, and it was an Act 20. Oh, yeah, exactly. So like if you had that, like, oh, you know, yeah. So because if you were really attached to your backstory, then like your destiny wouldn't be able to manifest itself in your story. How do I remember locked away because she's Space Jesus? Oh, okay, yeah, you're Space Jesus. Well, it's anime, so I assumed you'd be Space Jesus. If you need players, I'll pay any amount of currency. So, Steve, I'm honored that you want to play in the game. What I want to do, Steve, once Horizon is done and finished, I want to run a couple of games over a couple months in Discord so that mostly everybody who wants to play in Eldara gets a chance to at least play the first adventure DM'd by me or somebody that like is a respected DM in our community. But I want to try and DM as many of these groups as I can personally. So if you want to play, I mean, if you're patient, then there should be an opportunity to play in Eldara, hopefully, for everyone. But like my Twitch channel and our community is still fairly small. Our Discord is like less than 700 people, right? Our guild is tiny. My streams are microscopic on Twitch. And so while our community is small and feels like it's a tight-knit community like this, I want to be able to personally run as much D&D for the community as I can within Eldara, which I think would be a lot of fun. So the character was the morally dubious party we run. She's just a mercenary with no past because she lives for the moment. Nothing else matters aside from staying alive and staying comfortable. When everyone else has a door to their most vivid memories, she doesn't have a door. And I think see, here's the thing, but that's like, that fits within the archetype that like the archetypical party, right? And that's useful. Not every story needs to be a tragic backstory. Not every character needs to have this like compelling narrative. You know, I personally love it when I say to a player, when I'm like, hey, what's your backstory here? Like, why are you adventuring? What's your motivation for adventuring? Just real quick. What's your general motivation? And they're like, I don't know, man. I just want to see things. I just like adventure. I'm like, beautiful. Beautiful. Because I feel like it's almost the most honest, right? Like, let's say, why do you play video games? Why does the average person play a video game that's an adventure, specifically? I'm not talking about getting sweaty over Overwatch, all right, or Valorant. I'm talking about why do you want to play MMOs or RPGs? Most people, I think, if you boil it down to the most honest human response, is adventure. And I think that adventure, like I don't know if it's going to be one of the dumbest things I say ever, but like, really, I think that the gift of adventure is like one of the best things that we can get, you know? And when a game provides you with a feeling of adventure and you you get your heart rate up and you're excited and you're exploring something new, whether it's in your imagination or on a screen or in reality. To me, adventure is the spice of life. That's why I love traveling. If I had the money, I'd travel 5 times a year. If I had my amount of like dream money, I'd be in Japan once a year, going somewhere I've never been to. I'd go somewhere in the world I've never been to ever. I would go to some of the old haunts that like Ella and I love from us being young, like Disneyland or Vegas or whatever. I think travel and adventure is beautiful. And I think that most people, if you ask them, why do you travel? Why do you play a video game? Why do you whatever? It's not like, oh, because my parents were murdered by a bear when I was 7, and now I need to find out where the bear is so that I can go kill it. It's like, no, it isn't, you fucking overdramatic weirdo. You want to go on this adventure because you fucking love adventures, and it's cool. And I think that that's so pure and beautiful when a player is willing to like express that is the primary reason. Where I'm like, it's like the most pure little light that I need to cradle and make sure that person has their adventure, you know, because they don't want to get revenge on some vampire count that sucked their blood and then gave it back, and they didn't get vampire powers, but now they can't be in the light or whatever it is. You know, they just want to go see something amazing. And I'm like, let me take you there, man. I got you. So, Linlore's experience? I think so, yeah. Have you or anyone in chat ever played or had a character in game that you knew it was a game? I've done that once, actually. Sort of. Not fully aware of the fourth wall, Steve. But I once ran a game where it was a Persona style game, if you know that video game, where the players were we were in high school, so forgive us for being the most anime weeb shit you've ever heard, but we were all high school students, and we in Japan, and we were portaled to this world, or we could go to this world, to like go on adventures, right? So the reason we had to is because there was like the barrier between that reality and our reality was breaking down. We had to like stop this necromancer or whatever from trying to bring in the dead from like whatever and like destroy the real world. So we had to go in after school every day to like jump through this portal and go on adventures and shit like that. And time passed differently in the world, so we'd go on a 2-week adventure in game and come back out, and it's like 5 p.m. on the same Thursday we jumped in. So you had to like, it was funny because you had to manage your like school life, and then you also had to manage your in-game world life. So the players were like aware, they were aware they were playing a game in game, but never like aware of the game itself. You know, that's an interesting idea. Officer, once test pack goes out, imagine a bunch of test games will explode in the Discord. I don't know, because like here's the thing, it's a lot of work to do that, and I don't know if people actually want to put that work into like running a game or whatever. For the story sense of exploration and hot characters. Yeah, thank you, Eddie. Memark doesn't hate the party or anything, and honestly, she probably has enough money to live on her own comfortably, but that's boring, and that's a great reason to adventure, you know? One of the one-shot characters I built was from RNG. I randomly selected a race class and flavor toolkit, then I got a changeling fighter with cobbler's tools. Soldier background, former conscript. That's cool. That's a great way to play D&D. I love that shit, because then you find your story that fits or whatever. Just can't suck your blood and give you powers. Yeah, listen, man. Everyone's had a vampire, you know, give him powers once in a while, but it sucks when you don't get the powers. Sounds like you're describing Kids on Bikes. I have no idea what Kids on Bikes is, but it was based off of the Persona video games. Persona 3 had just come out, and we were playing it. Let me move this around. And we fucking loved it. So we yeah, we had to go through the world. It was basically Persona, but more weeby for us. All right, so I want to do some art. I also want to start writing down stuff for the Astral Knight class. So I'm gonna make a little list here. We're gonna do a little sketch basically while I'm working on it and talk about the class and how it's gonna work. So when Thornton gets back, I want his input, because we were talking about this a while ago. But basically, where we're at, we've decided that it's the Astral Knight class is going to be half caster, D8, maybe 10, hit die, and everything else is a question mark. That's all we have right now. But Yeah, because I want the Knight and the Sage to release sort of in tandem, and both be something that is playable and is convincing and feels really good to play. Ideally, they'd be released before the adventure comes out. I'm not going to put that much pressure on myself to release them. If it's not ready, it's not ready. I don't ever want to deal with deadlines that are going to, and eventually I will have to, you know, every project as it grows needs certain deadlines when you have to deal with like printers and shit like that. But for now, I want to build the Astral Knight as it is done when it's done, it's ready when it's ready class, as well as the Sage. So if it takes a while and a lot of iteration and a lot of you know, play testing to build it, then, you know, so be it. That's fine. I'm totally fine with that. I don't mind. I feel good about it. But what I really don't want to do is I really don't want to rush something out that feels like incomplete just for the sake of saying, look guys, look what we did. We actually finished a thing. Hey, come play the Astral Knight if you want for some reason. You know? I'll admit, like, I'm very scared that I'm gonna actually release this stuff and no one's gonna give a shit. You know, like, I'll admit that's part of an anxiety that maybe was holding me back a little bit. Like Ashley said, that once I released sort of a test pack, the Discord might explode in games. I don't know, man. I don't know if people are gonna be interested in it. You know, my intuition is that, like, why would anyone be here part of the long haul journey if not for like awaiting the project, you know? But what if people aren't? And that's scary, man. I'm nervous about that. But I have to just be somewhat bullishly confident in it and proceed as if it's going to happen, because if you don't have confidence in your project, no one will. And so I think that people who are doing projects almost should have a slightly unhealthy, undeserved sense of accomplishment or not accomplishment, but confidence, sorry, that they will accomplish what they want. Because if you don't, then, like, what are you doing? Why are you developing something? Why are you developing a game or whatever it is that you're developing? If you don't think people are going to play it, if you sort of have to have this, like, this idea that whatever you're making, there will be a demand for. But it's hard, man. It's hard when you don't actually really know. But I'm still willing to move forward as if that is the case. So I want it to be really good. I want it to be really satisfying. I want people who build their first Sage or Knight or whatever subclass we choose for our Eldar specific subclasses. I want those to feel really, really good and be really cool, and also have like notes for the GMs on how to GM for this class, which might be a little unique, but I think that it's not too much of an ask for most GMs to say, hey, here's a little bit of info on how to run a game for this class. That might be weird, but I think I want to do that as well. If I remember last time we talked about AC being 10 plus proficiency bonus. Yes. Oops. That's right. We got to remember all the things we wrote down. AC 10 plus prof bonus. Because what is that? Hold on. What is the prof bonus at? Thorkin, did we decide that a D10 was too tanky for this class? What classes are D8s and what classes are D10s? D10 is Fighter Paladin and Barbarian, and D8 is... Oh, it's 12. 12, right. This is your completely your contribution, Viddy. That was such a brilliant idea. 12 plus prof. What else did we talk about that we just haven't written down yet? This is 5e. We are indeed developing for 5e, Ed. We're doing the Astral Knight class today. We're doing some art for it, as well as writing down the first pieces of... Oh, is this not on the right layer? What layer is this? Hold on. I got a missing layer here. Let me just organize this real quick. Okay. And we got that. Let's merge that down. Merge that down. Now we have one black layer. Okay. Anyway. Yes, we're doing some class design for the Astral Knight, as well as some we're writing everything down for the first time today. After all this sort of like casual class building we've done over the last couple of weeks, we're committing to it. We're gonna have a packet written down, poorly formatted, and released, and we're gonna actually make the beta test channel. Probably today. Also, Bon Jovi. Ah, yes, Bon Jovi, you too as well. That they lose the sword, they've lost their powers, right? So require Astral Steel Blade to use weapon powers. Absolutely. Are we talking about D8s and D10s? Should we be talking about D's nuts? That's for later. That's for when we make our proper WoW guild. So we usually touch on shield bonuses, but I don't know how to implement it. I don't know if it becomes a subclass or activated ability or something. Shield bonuses will probably be, so we've talked about weapon powers, so weapon spells, and self or enhancement. Let's call it enhancement spells. So one enhancement spell we talked about is astral sage style shield spell. We talked about movement something. Weapon spells, we have ideas like extra damage. This is not a good word processor. There's like a lag behind whenever I type. Extra damage, ignores, armor, astral damage, type, conal, conal, I don't know how to, cone, explosion, strike. We need some more ideas for these things, but D10 is the same as fighter, if I recall, so it should be more than good enough. D12 is barbarian, I think. Oh, that's right. So the problem is that is D10, if they're not supposed to be that like a tank, they're not supposed to ever be like, they're not supposed to take on the primary role of tank in a party. So is D10 too overpowered for them? That's the real question that I wasn't sure about. Is D8 a balancing feature that we have to add in? Because otherwise, if we make this class tanky as well, then we're just off the fucking rails. Because, like, I kind of want them to just have a similar experience to, like, let's say a Warlock Hexblade, where you're in melee, you're doing shit, but then again, a Hexblade can cast at range. I don't want the Astral Knight to be able to cast at range for anything other than, oops. Uh-oh. Jesus, okay. I don't want them to be able to cast at range for anything other than throw weapon / return. Right? That needs to kind of be on its own as well. D8, we got monk, cleric, and most other classes, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like D10 is too powerful. Because, like, here's the thing. Their AC is not super high, but shields can be gained from your astral sword, enhancement bonus, a buckler. I want them to be using two-handers. I don't want them to be using any other armor besides their own. I think overall class is looking to be lower. AC start class unless you have AC bonus somewhere, so the D10 could balance it out. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. All right. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. That's actually a really good point for survivability. Do hexblade gains shield proficiency? I'm not sure actually. I don't think so. D8 in melee class for monks and rogues. They compensate by having saving throws stuff, if I recall. And that's the thing. Like, I kind of want. I'm not sure if we just give a bigger hit die for simplicity, or if we like the parry feature. There is gonna be a parry. Oh, so yeah, reaction, parry, patty, reaction parry. But I also want some cool. So we've got a lot of like cool like fightery stuff. Like, oh, they can charge. Oh, they can, you know, do extra damage or whatever. Oh, they can parry. I want. Oh, right, reaction parry. Oh, that's right. Attacks and spells. Right, I want them to be able to parry spells. Oh my god, we talked about that. We talked about being able to parry a spell. Oh, that's such a fucking cool idea. I want to see it. Someone casts a firebolt at you and you just parry it off of your steel. I love that. I love that fantasy, that vibe. We should move this over to the other side, actually. Nah, screw it. We'll keep it here. I'll just have to move it over once in a while. We could move. Actually, hold on. Let me change this real quick. Put this here. We're gonna move our art over. There we go. So now I can just move over like this. That's easier for me. Okay, what else did we talk about that we need to add in here for things you've already written down? But also put this, or pull this back once we build the rest of the mechanics too. Yeah, like, I guess the shield is not going to be a super easily accessible spell that they can cast. Some of the things that I thought about for the weapon effects is like the ability to attack spirits and ignore resistance. A platypus reaction, parry the platypus. We're not parrying any platypuses. Suggestion that parry works like a monk's deflect to reduce damage. If it reduces 0, they can riposte the attack and turn it against the attacker. Not a lot of riposte mechanics. So that's what I wanted. I wanted some sort of like spell like the ability to do a spell reflection if you could, like, if you can parry. The problem is though, how do we word it, Ed, to say that you can parry and reflect spells that are rolled with an attack roll? I guess we would say if a spell or attack targets your AC, you can parry it with somehow having to reduce the damage down, or without, or somehow being able to reflect it. Because I don't want to be able to like reflect polymorph, you know, you're not just like holding you're not parrying a polymorph or something, you know. But a monk style parry would be really good. I like that. Astral Knights are canonically represented by a platypus. That's their coat of arms, is a fucking platypus. Oh, God. Okay. All right. I knew we'd gone too far and this class needs to be deleted. Hold up, I realized I forgot to do a fill area here. I'd foregored, and I can only foregore so much. I suppose I should ask Ella if there's anything that she wants to see in the class as well, because I haven't talked to her about the Astral Knight all that much at all. And I want her to feel really happy with the class as well. Anything thematically, like from the game. I could ask Dashto as well. Anything thematically that they think would fit in that I'm not thinking of. That's like kind of the cool shit that knights or sages should be able to do. Not an AoE, not a single target spell, a spell attack. Spell attacks and melee / range attacks. Would it be weird to word it as physical and spell attacks, Viddy? Because that's the way that makes sense most to me. To say physical and spell, or physical attacks and spell attacks. Because then it's your fire bolts, it's things like that, but it's not your like ray of frost is a, you know what I mean, right? He's a semi-aquatic egg-laying mammal of action. He gets around, dude. That's for sure. An attack deals X damage. The Astral Knight can use their reaction to parry the attack. Roll a d10 and add strength to reduce the damage. If it reduces to 0, repost a weapon attack or reflect a spell attack using the attacker's damage roll. Dude, that's such a beautiful way of word. Okay, hold on. Let me finish this, and then we're gonna try and ward the parry. That also, actually, you know, I really love that as well, Ed, because that brings in usefulness for their strength outside of damage. And I love that. Because, like, part of my inspiration for these knights are, like, one part monk, one part traditional fighter, one part Jedi, and one part World of Warcraft Death Knight. Mechanically, of course, not thematically. And being able to parry spells is actually something that Blood Death Knights can do. And I thematically fucking love that. I absolutely love that. You know, like, I wonder if we could bring a Dancing Rune Weapon. Oh my god. Imagine Dancing Rune Weapon, where basically you summon a... It's kind of like, what's the cleric weapon called? Fuck. What's the cleric weapon you summon that floats around and does shit? It is called the Divine Weapon. No, it's not Divine Weapon. It's, Spiritual Weapon, thank you. Spiritual Weapon. So it's kind of like Spiritual Weapon, but it attacks when you attack and it attacks what you attack. So that'd be like a cool like we're, you know, we're just gonna write down. We're just gonna write this down. Okay, I don't care. We're just gonna write under the spell attacks, Dancing Rune Weapon, Kek W. All right, Dancing Rune Weapon. Fuck it. Something along the lines of, you can use your reaction to deflect melee and ranged attacks against you. The wording covers all melee and ranged attacks, including magical ones. Is that going, like, I'm just gonna smooth brain this real quick. Is that gonna be non-obvious to people that they can reflect spells, or what? For the 4th monthly edition of Is It a Dumb Name or Not? Kiteland, Dumb or Not Dumb, I like it. I think it's good. I think it's an understandable word, Thorkin, and it builds currency so you can make more dumbass words that aren't real later on. I think it's a great word. Look how monks deflect arrows worded. How exactly is deflect arrow worded? Monk deflect arrow. Starting at 3rd level, you can use your reaction to deflect or catch the missile when you are hit by a ranged weapon attack. Ah, so that's the difference. It says ranged weapon attack. If I just say ranged attack, if I just fucking say ranged attack, then yeah, it's like Firebolt 2, Firebolt 2. Absolutely. So it's a starting at whatever level or whatever, you can spend one of your runes and use your reaction to deflect a melee or ranged attack. When you do so, the damage you take from the attack is reduced by 1d10 plus your strength modifier, maybe plus your proficiency. No, I guess doing Astral Knight levels. We'll just rip this off. Fuck it. We'll just do straight one D10. Maybe we'll do it a little bit less. Maybe we'll do D8 instead. I don't know. We can balance the actual die of it. We can do D10 plus your strength modifier plus your Astral Knight level. If you successfully reduce the damage, or if you reduce the damage to 0, you may riposte the attack, reflecting it at your opponent using their... Where's, hold on, a new window here. Where's Astral... Or no, fuck. D&D Beyond. Actually, you know, I'm not gonna do this right now. We're sketching right now. We're not gonna go into super detailed stuff on it yet. I want to get most of the features. I don't know what I just did, but okay, we're saved. Right after the class description, yeah. It's obvious to me, but that's because I'm a mech head. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think we need to account for all amounts of brain wrinkleage or smoothness. To demo note, you can use your reaction to deflect melee range and spell attacks against you. That's probably better, Thorkin, I think. You know? In 1D&D, they're rewording it to deflect attack. Deflect melee and range attacks against you that deal bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Oh no, I want any damage type. That's interesting that choosing to... I think that makes it more complicated, doesn't it? In my opinion. It seems more inelegant to word it like that, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Either way, I like our wording on it so far. I like what we've got so far on it. What was Smite-like ability? A divine Smite-like ability? Yeah, I mean, there is going to be just a do more damage with attack. There's going to be a several do more damage with attack style abilities, I think. I think we need to have a few of those. We need to make it interesting to hit things very hard with this class. Part of that, I think, is... Okay, so wait. What else do we need? We're building a class. What's our checklist? We have our... We've defined it as a caster, half caster. We've defined its hit die. We've got its AC and its defensive. Like, how does it avoid attacks? We have whatever... We're gonna have a couple of different like flavor cut type things. Weapon spells. We have our weapon spells of how you basically do your bread and butter. We have some enhancement spells of how you sort of manage combat. We need things like bullshit like languages and skills and proficiencies as well. Maybe we can save that for later. Maybe we should just remind ourselves what we need so that we don't lose track of it, I guess, for later. To include spells at higher levels. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. Then yeah, they have to change. I guess we're just wording it to include spells from the get-go. Because there's going to be sort of two methods of progression, which are a little bit confusing, but I'm going to make them very simple for GMs. I'm going to say there's going to be a level-based progression. So more or less how you use your weapon spells is you have rune slots. Okay. At X levels, you gain another spot. So you can imagine like the UI for it being like little runes that you have access to. Maybe you have access to 4 per day, like 4/day at level 1. Maybe we'll do less. And so you can basically spend a rune to do one of these attacks, right? Or one of the enhancements. Maybe you get like three weapon and 1 self or whatever. And so we can design our augmentations. So the enhancement spells, you always have access to them. They're kind of, you get like maybe access to more runes at different levels or whatever. And I want to have certain weapon spells like the Astral Sage, where you can spend certain spells that cost multiple runes. Okay, so for instance, the Conal Explosion Strike, where you hit somebody and then you deal a fuckload of damage to them, and you explode a cone behind, that would cost like 3 rune slots. So you naturally don't have access to the spell until you gain your 3rd whatever. And then you can choose to spend all of your runes for the day on one attack if you want and progress that way. And I'm gonna give like a rundown for GMs of like they gain this rune at like level 1. They gain this one at like level 3. This one at like level, 6, which is where they get their like whatever 3rd weapon rune thing or whatever. But the way I'm going to encourage players and GMs to run this class is that they discover runes on their journey. And it's a big thing where you say to the player, cool, you've unlocked your new rune. Hold on, let me merge this down. There we go. You've unlocked a new rune. You've learned this mechanic, this spell, this ability, and build it build class progression into exploration. But obviously, I'm going to give GMs the opportunity to run that or the other way of doing it if they don't want to fucking deal with that shit. Because obviously, not every GM is going to want to manage their every player's progression in game themselves, right? I have a hot take. What's your hot take, Thorgan? Armor none? Yep, no armor. All simple weapons, longswords, and greatsword proficiency. They're proficient with all simple weapons and maybe martial as well. I don't know, but they require their astral steel blade to use their weapon rune abilities. Now, if you want to play canonically, like as far as like a proper in-game Eldara game, then you will play you'll play very restricted on Astral Steel, where gaining it is very difficult. If you lose your weapon, you're kind of fucked. Right? But I'm going to open that up as an optional rule where Astral Steel is a rare material but can be acquired by resourceful knights in almost any town. So if you lose your sword in the dungeon, yeah, you might be screwed for the rest of the dungeon, but you can go back to town and get your sword back. So, hold on, we're going to... Weapon powers. I need to go down below our rune system. So, sense, weapon. There will be no returning of weapons like hex blades. There'll be no hex blading your weapon, just summoning it. But you can sense where your weapon is at any point in time. So the Rune Knight fighter. Sounds different. Yeah, it's obviously gonna be similar to the Rune Knight because it's like based on runes, but I'm not really happy with the Rune Knight. I don't really like it, so I want to change the way it's sort of the mechanics and the abilities and stuff. All Astral Knights have the same runes. They don't pick it from a variety of runes to customize their build, so they'll have access to it as they progress. Yes, I will lock certain runes behind accomplishments or lore, but I don't really know how to do that yet. We're not at that stage yet of figuring out how you actually... I know how the rune system I want it to work, but I don't know how I want it to function in game mechanically just yet. So we still have to decide on that, on how you gain access to your runes, and if you have to take certain runes per day, or if you've access like whether or not you're doing sorcerer or wizard casting. I actually don't know that yet. So we're not that far in to the class. Okay. Line work. Might be too hot for chat, I'll DM it. Alright. Hot take, if the players can't read the effect, maybe they shouldn't use it in the first place. It's kind of a low bar. There, I said it. I can get canceled now. Nah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. That's a warm take, I guess. Yeah, you are right. We have to, I think we have to balance our wording to assume that the dumbest person that reads it still sort of understands it, but also there is a basic bar of reading comprehension that we can expect people to jump over, and if they can't do it, then maybe the class isn't for them. Maybe D&D isn't for them. That's not, you're not wrong. The solution is probably somewhere in between. You know what I mean? You have to do it similar to wizard spells where you can gain them from leveling up or finding them in the world. And then, yeah, you can pick a new rune that level or something that you can study. I don't know yet how to do it. Thorgan doesn't want blind people to play the game. Damn, bro. Damn. That's true. Thorgan, that's kind of heartless, but also metal as fuck. I respect it. I both respect and dig it. Hot take: if players can't read, they shouldn't play. No more kids in the games. Yeah, true. Get them out of here. You can't read this arcane text? I don't want you in my D&D game, nerd. Go watch Critical Role instead of wasting my time trying to play Dungeons and or Dragons. This is serious business. Yeah, get him out of here, man. Kids out. Even though kids are probably better at the game than adults, because kids actually are used to reading shit in like books and shit for school, and adults haven't had to read something since they did their taxes last year. So, geez, maybe we're aligning with the wrong demographic here. Everything needs to be a touchscreen tablet. Which, by the way, it depresses me greatly to know that the next generation of gamers don't know how to use controllers. They think everything's supposed to be a touchscreen because they only play games on their phone. I heard a streamer I watched talking about that. He's a game dev, but how he had a mouse and keyboard and controller set up for his game at a convention, and how basically everyone was ignoring mouse and keyboard. They were all going to the controller, so he set up another controller station the next day, and 50% of like the younger kids that came to try his game out, they pushed the controller to the side and tried to touch the monitor because they had no idea how a controller works because they just don't ever use them. That made me feel old as fuck. That's the way it is. She on Critical Role now? No, I love Critical Role. I love it. I love everything about Critical Role. Laura Bailey's a fucking national treasure. Travis Willingham is the best RPer I've ever seen. Matt Mercer is one of the best DMs I've ever seen. Everyone else, aces. Nothing but aces. Now, Dimension 20. Ugh, God. I don't even watch that shit. We're supposed to be doing taxes? You're not doing your taxes? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Monka FBI. Monka NSA. They're coming for you, bro. It's Thor, aka Pirate Software, super great guy. Yeah, I love Thor, dude. Thor's great. The world is doomed. The world is doomed, man. I bought the Tal'Dorei books. I have not yet gotten either one of the Tal'Dorei books. And you know what? Likely, I won't. But I think they're very cool. Why will I not get the Tal'Dorei books? That's a lot of money, man. That's a lot, bro. You gotta buy the book, and you gotta spend the money on the book, and it's like I gotta pay for a World of Warcraft sub, you know? Because if you're a true Matt Mercer fan, you also play Warcraft. I don't know if these like Matt Mercer casuals actually understand this, but like true Matt Mercer fans play World of Warcraft because he voices Farak, the end boss in Dragonflight. And I personally want to support my favorite voice actor. So I personally choose to support his work in Dragonflight. But if you don't want to, that's fine. If you're not a big Matt Mercer fan, I don't blame you. It's okay. You can enjoy however you want to. Play more WoW. It's good for you. Which, by the way, we're doing today at 1 p.m. PST. We're starting up the season of Discovery characters. When my stream normally ends, instead of ending, we're gonna load up season of Discovery for the first time. It's gonna be cool. Worlds Beyond Number, unfortunately. I don't have the original one. I have the redone one. Ooh, it's a collector's item now, isn't it? You've access to one? Oh, do I? Oh, okay. All right. Thanks, Dork. Oh, yeah, I do. I wasn't sure if that was in there. Yeah. Hey, thanks, bro. Listen, man. Hey, you know how it is, man. You know how it is. I appreciate it. Gotta make sure we got access to those books. You know what I really want to read? I really want to read Ouroboros. That's War Chief Gaming's book, which is Chris Metzen and a bunch of like old graybeards when he like stopped working at Blizzard for a couple years. He made the Ouroboros setting, which I really want to read and want to check out. But I meant to back the Kickstarter. I was just waiting to get paid from Twitch that month, and then because it started at the beginning of the month and ended at the end of the month, and we get paid from Twitch in like middle to late month. And I remember like, okay, I'll wait till I get paid from Twitch. That's fine, you know, and then I'll buy Ouroboros. And then I recall like pay was late that month or whatever. It was like closer to the 20th or 20 something than it was the like 15th. It's never on the 15th, but you know, it's never on time. And I was like waiting, and then some shit happened and I totally forgot. It slipped my mind, and then the Kickstarter ended. And then they had on their website like a one last chance backer type thing for people who missed the Kickstarter. And I was like, oh, that's me. All right, when I get paid this month, in the next month, I'll buy it. And then I just completely forgot. So then it's been a year and a half now, and I still don't have the fucking book. So I like Brendan, some of the story, or some of the core people from D20 hate Abra. You don't what don't you like about Abra's style versus Brendan's style? Because I thought they're very similar, aren't they? To be fair, I've never actually watched Brendan DM, but I've heard people say that it's very similar to him and Abria. And I've watched Abria DM one game. I thought she was great, but maybe I'm missing something because I only watched one game. True Matt Mercer fans play Baldur's Gate 3 and recruit Minsk into their party even though you don't meet him until the last act. Yeah, true Matt Mercer fans are Baldur's Gate and World of Warcraft enjoyers. They also play Overwatch religiously and only have hours clocked on McCree. Only McCree. Every game. If you can't lock McCree, you leave the fucking game and take the leaver penalty. Alright? That's what you do. I'm sorry. It's required. I think we need to alter our hatching a little bit because we've got quite a bit of a light hatching on this and a little bit darker hatching here. Oh well. Oh well, I'll figure it out. Yeah, we need to come up with some spells and spell progression, because I'm not sure what to do, whether it's better to do sorcerer or wizard style spell progression. Prepared or chosen, if that makes sense. Oh my god, why do I keep doing this in different layers? Holy shit. Okay, I'm good now. We Gucci. Physical book anyway, I have digital both. That's fair. Wish I had some time or piece of home to play WoW again, but having a wife and female roommate in their mid-20s just doesn't provide a good space for WoW. What do you mean? You get your wife and your other roommate into World of Warcraft, it's fine. You just get them into the game. You get them to start playing Warcraft. You're like, hey, you want to play some spend some quality time together in Azeroth? Shit, man. Yeah, you just do it. And you just play the game. And then you're like, here's some loot, honey. I'll submit a crafting order for your evoker for you, or whatever. I don't know. I'm so happy as a blacksmith engineer, I can make all of Ella's weapons for her in Dragonflight. If you do, let me know if it's good. I will... Is it... Hold on. I wonder if I can buy it now. War Chief Gaming Ouroboros. I didn't spell any of that correctly. Coil of the Serpent Warbook. Okay, what do we got here? Well, I can just move this over. Fuck yeah. Ouroboros. Coils of the Serpent. Purchase now. Amazon.com. Fuck. Damn it. Yo, any Americans coming to Calgary that I can meet you in the city real quick? Any Americans I can order this to? Blaze, you coming back anytime soon? Any Eldaracon goers that I can order some shit to your house on American Amazon? You can bring it up? Maybe? Alright. Okay, cool. Artificer style progress or for a half caster. How does an Artificer gain their spells? I don't like Abria's energy or stories. I've seen her DM 3 times now, and those 3 I only like the player dialogue. I didn't care for when she wanted to act like things are serious. I don't think her jokes are funny. I can't remember shit about her story, just the highlight moments of their players' actions, etc. You know what, Ed? That's perfectly fair. Listen, some GMs you just don't vibe with, and that's reasonable. Some styles you just don't get along with, and I think that's fine. Doesn't make her or anyone a bad GM. It's just like, yeah, man, sometimes you want a certain thing out of your GM and sometimes you don't get it. I think that's reasonable. That's a fair criticism. I wouldn't know, but get into the office, be back in like an hour. All right, good luck. Not saying she's bad, just don't like her. Absolutely. That's fair. And I think you're well within your rights for having that opinion. I don't know whether or not I agree because as I said, I haven't seen too much, but yeah, I think that's a fine opinion to have. That's a bold and courageous opinion. But either way, good luck. Whatever work you're doing. Enjoy your commute to the office or what have you. Thanks for chilling, bro. Artificers gain 2 level 1 spell slots at first level, then afterwards progress like a paladin. Oh, I see. Yeah, maybe paladin progression is probably... Like, look, here's the thing. The reason I'm willing to use monk parry, and I'm willing to use, like, rune knight whatever, and I'm willing to use all these things for D&D is because I'm not trying to reinvent anything with this class. I'm trying to create a great experience that has flavor and lore in it about the class, you know? And so if we can take things and inspire and rip off things from other classes that do a certain thing really well, I'm totally fine with that. Hell yeah, bro. If it's like, if anyone criticizes me and says like, oh, this is just a rune knight, or this is just a monk, or whatever, I'm okay with that criticism, because honestly, truthfully, it's like, well, it's not. It's an astral knight. Well, how is it not just a rune knight? Well, their spells are different. Well, why didn't you just make a rune knight subclass? Because I didn't want to. I wanted a whole different class. It has a whole different weight to it when you're a whole different class, and you're not limited by certain shit, right? You don't have the same like weapon proficiencies and stuff like that, you know? And so I'm perfectly fine with that. If we can find stuff that like a different class does really well, so we can just like rip off paladin spell progression or, you know, monk arrow deflecty boy shit. I'm totally down for that. So please let me know about the game of Worlds Beyond number. What game? Podcast DM by Brennan on Spotify. It's straight up amazing. I'm at episode 3. Ooh. I haven't been listening to podcasts, but I did decide to finally spend a bunch of my Audible credits on audiobooks. I bought some nonfiction. I do like reading or listening to nonfiction. And I bought some fiction. Apparently the Audible production of Dune is really good, so I'm gonna buy I bought the first book and I'm gonna listen to it. What else? Some BattleTech books. I really want these. So I saw these physical BattleTech books when I was out at the game stores with the boys when they were here, and they were reprints of the original, like the reading order starting point for BattleTech books. They were those books, but they were also like a reprinted edition signed by the author inside, and they had like solid black covers. They looked so fucking good, and I really want them now. I don't know why. And I want to read them, but I'll also buy some audio BattleTech audiobooks too, so and kind of balance the whole thing out. But yeah, I really want those books. I think that having a library, like I've tried to remove most media. I don't know if you guys have done a similar thing in the last like decade, but I've tried to remove a lot of physical media from my house. Like I don't buy Blu-rays anymore. I don't buy anime DVDs. I don't buy books. I don't buy comics. Everything's digital except for video games for me. Video games I still like to have physical copies for. That's the only thing that I'm like weird about. But I've done like The Purge, you know? I feel like everybody's doing The Purge, that kind of stuff. And but I realized that novels are something that I'm like okay owning physical versions of, because I think novels are like different. Novels are easy to pack and move and store, and they take up a lot of space and they're heavy, but they're also not fragile or anything. And yeah, I think I might try and own books again, or not be afraid of buying books, if that makes sense. My bookshelf is not the thing in my house that stresses me out. My D&D books, on the other hand, I need to get rid of that shit. So Stars Without Numbers is a fun system. That sounds pretty good. I do like anything space and sci-fi. That's why I've created the Astral Sage, and so much of Eldar is based around sci-fi tropes. It's like, all right, you want to know a design brief for the Astral Knight? The Astral Knight needs to, have feelings of sci-fi like fantasy within the class itself. Buy enough books for the both of us? Well, I appreciate the Mutant book. That was very cool. I haven't read through all of it, but I really like the system so far. That was really fucking cool of you. So thank you for that. That was legit. Cobalt just like brought treasures like a wise king emissary from the fucking Middle Ages or Baroque era or whatever. It was so fucking dope. Holy shit. What a Chad. Cobalt outclasses me in almost every single way. Secretly pays for dinner, brings gifts to the host, like just fuck, man. I'm such a child next to adults like Cobalt and Guapo and Blaze. I threw Blaze in there too because I didn't want him to feel bad. You have a library to fill? You have an actual library? I want a library. Thork, you know what I want out of a library one day? I want a library that's like, imagine a room, all right? Okay, this is a room. Imagine it. And you have like a door to come in the room, all right? I want there to be like a big like fancy table, right? With like fancy chairs. These are not Among Us. These are chairs, okay? All right, and I want maybe the room needs to be bigger. Actually, hold on, we need a bigger room. Room has to be bigger. Enlarge. Enhance. And I want like a fireplace. Okay. Oops. Like fireplace, and I want like a big comfy chair. Maybe another one by the fireplace. Maybe some big comfy chairs. And then I want a fucking spiral staircase up to a second level with a catwalk. All right? And I want to have just bookshelves all along. And like maybe like breaks in the books for like some kind of fucking paintings or some shit. And like a little table here with like a candelabra on it or whatever. And like, I don't know, some potion bottles or whatever. Right? And I want this, and like big on this side of the wall, I want big ass fucking windows or something. I don't know, man. I want my own library one day. 2 IKEA libraries, but that's a detail. Yeah, that's fine. I can't draw for shit, so what can I really do? Me either, but here I am, Cobalt, you know? I would say I'm the least impressed about everyone who went on that trip. You and me both, man. You and me both. We were children at the adults table. It was awful. We had fun, though. That's why the adults like hanging out with us, Blaze, is because we don't treat them like adults. We allow them to explore their true nerdy passions. We represent what they wish they had. Time to watch anime. All right. All right, and we'll try and finish the armor here, and then we'll like take a bit of a breather back to the mechanics for a bit. Imagine room, more like Imagine Dragons, 'cause that's my demon side. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You got demons? You got demons to work on? Hey kid, you want some D&D? You got past trauma? You got demons? You want to play D&D to resolve them? Therapy bill too high? Cost of therapy and healthcare inaccessible? Just play D&D. Your parents won't be proud of you, but damn it, somebody will be. GMs are not stand-in parents. Please consult a doctor before hiring a GM. That is Gatsby manner, is it? Shit. All right. Well, I guess that's what I want, Viddy. All sounded great until the spiral staircase. Why? What's wrong? Oh. Oh. God. Okay, dude. All right. Listen. You know what I mean, okay? There's a fucking second floor elevator that comes in. All right, listen. The room, you know, there's also along the set. There's a spiral staircase. There's also another door that leads into the second story, right? That, like, you know, if this is like the main like common area or whatever, where your front door is or some shit, this leads into the second story of the house. Where obviously, if you're rich enough to have a library, you also have a fucking elevator. Okay? That you can, like, wheel in and then go in and, like, I don't know, catwalk or do whatever people do on catwalks. Fucking... God damn it. Demons, is an Imagine Dragons song. I was like quoting a song lyrics, but yes, I need D&D as therapy. Yeah, me too. I would jokes, but I would legit love to have more free time for anime, RPGs, games, etc. Work stress me the F out. Stop working so hard. What do you mean? What do you mean work stresses you out? Just don't do the work. Yeah, it's called quiet quitting, Cobalt. What are you doing? You do this to yourself, man. You speak up in meetings to try and change things to be more efficient. Never, ever try and make things more efficient. You need to have your team and your job be so insignificant that people don't know what you do, but you pretend like you're important so they don't get rid of you, but you also don't have to do shit at work. You played yourself, my friend. You played yourself. If you like, rate the library and stream topics. All right. I'll rate your library. I'll rate your library. All right, what do we got? For the 4E stuff, we got Spotify. Evan's Dream Library elevator not included. Let's see. Is this the Dream Library? Yeah. Fireplace with room for painting above fireplace. Large, fancy carpet. Dramatic windows with large drapes. Red colored light and various lamps. Oh, a globe! It has a globe! The only thing it needs is a telescope. If on the second story here by one of the windows, there was a telescope, so you could look at fucking nothing, because let's face it, you live in the city, you weirdo, you're not seeing stars out there, then yes. Yes, this is a dream library. I don't know about the mini desk here. I like to have space to walk through. So I'm good with having the study table or whatever, and then having the reading couches by the fireplace. But I don't know about the extra little bonus desk. Yeah, that's pretty good. This is for jigsaw puzzle. I like the idea of there being like access to the second floor outside the library. You look down in the library, but I prefer access within the library on the second floor. But no, this is great. A little too fancy for me. Not rustic enough, man. Blaze, this is Dark Souls. This is in a library. Yeah, this is not a library. This is Dark Souls. So, yeah, sir, this is a Wendy's. Oh, I need to move Discord. Is this the library? No, this is Patrick. Speak me, don't actually do your job, make people think you do your job. Yep. Any level of management that you just go play golf and eat fancy food all day, well, do it. Yeah, you just do it. What do you mean? What do you mean you need to get there? You just do it. You just choose to. Yeah, you just choose to be important and then go play golf. I love golf, dude. I would be such a great, like, overweight oil executive. I would be such a wonderful oil field executive. I just play golf all day with my dad. He'd be like, son, what course do you want to play? I'm like, it's up to you, Dad. Whatever private course we have memberships to that you want to play this weekend. Or, sorry, this Thursday, because let's face it. I go play golf. Ella beats the shit out of me because she's an actual, like, semi-pro grade golfer. Nobody knows that about her. Ella almost had such a successful life, man. She went to a private school, so she's smart. She almost got a golf scholarship for like a fancy American university to go be like a professional golfer. She was a model when I first met her. She was doing like modeling around the city and stuff and like local publications and, you know, shit like that. And then I'm like, hey, you want to play some D&D and World of Warcraft? And she's like, okay. It was all over after that. She still smokes me every time we play golf, though, in like a brutal, unforgiving way, though. And I fucking love it. She's tall, so she just uses men's clubs. We're like, isn't that driver a little too strong for you, sweetheart? And she like cracks a 300, and they're like, oh. It's a thing, man. You only got 2 shelves in Colorado Library? What do you mean you only have 2 shelves? Bro, I mean, you guys saw I got so many shelves for books. I got my main bookshelves, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cubes. I got 1 shelf in here. In the bedroom, we've got 2 full Hemnes bookcases. In my bedroom, I have 2 of these. IKEA. Where it at? Where it did? Yeah, okay, IKEA, fine. I got 2 of these, but instead of it having drawers in it, it's full all the way down, top down. Where is it? This. No, that's glass on the sides. Basically this. I got 2 of these in the bedroom on either side that have books in them. One has D&D and novels. The other has fucking manga. Because that's what I chose when I was young to spend my money on and read is Japanese language anime books. Like a fucking nerd. Billy bookshelves. I got 1 Billy in here. The one in here is a Billy. And I've got my books in the bottom. And then all of the other shelves are like things that I want to have on display. So there's a anime figure shelf. There's a trading card game shelf. There's a video game shelf. And there's 2 shelves of figures for Ella's Miku collection and Ella's Saber collection as well. And yeah, I don't know. It's a lot. There's a lot of bullshit there. The narrow Billy bookshelves are the best. No shelves bowing from the weight of hundreds of books. Yeah, that's probably better. My D&D bookshelf in my bedroom actually broke. I have it wedged in right now, but I need to like actually properly fix it. If I take a book out or put a book in, it'll like it'll break again. So it's only on 3 pegs right now, unfortunately. Which one has all your Star Wars stuff? Probably this one. I have the Crumb collection in this one, but I have my Star Wars books in the other one with my D&D books. So I guess it's like it's spread out. There's not like one place in the house for the Star Wars collection. It's all around, you know? You just gotta look for it. I kind of want to purge all my stuff and just have like a small, simple living space that's just like efficiently dedicated to art. Then I need to get rid of the 2 most contributing factors for mess in the house, Ella and Yuna, and I'll be free. I'll be free to live my simplicity life desires. I'll live like a playthrough of Stardew Valley or Gravekeeper or whatever that fucking game Mendari played for years and then stopped playing when the D&D nerds came found her channel. Or like the witch game that Fishy plays. Yeah, it's fucking good too. Cozy games, you know? With the Augsburg doors and glass shelves. Asked her about this so I can start building my collection. Oh, really? You like the way we laid our collection out? The most important part, Blaze, is to get the GoV lights. The GoV light strips are the most important part of our collections. Your collection means nothing if you can't admire it. And that still means nothing, because let's face it, you just bought dumb shit you didn't need. Nerd. Oh. It made me sad. Okay, quick check. Quick realm check. Realm check. Hold on. Realm check. Realm check. 1 sec. Okay, there's maintenance. Alright, no realm check. No realm check. Are you live in 2 hours? Well, I wasn't sure if they'd be up though or not. You know, they go live at 2 p.m. My time. So yeah, in 2 hours. But I wasn't sure if they had the realms listed because they were like filler names. It had a PvP and an RP PvP realm. And so I don't know what the deal is for Season Discovery. Is it going to be, are they going to be regular servers as well, or is it all PvP, you know? And the servers were meme names. It was like Streamer Realm and another one or whatever. Those like placeholders. So I did order 2 D12 display cases too, since IKEA is making them the dumbest decision ever, discontinuing them. Oh, well. You can have mine. I don't like mine. I want to get rid of that display case and just have all of my plant there. And all the space open, and put my figures that are in that case in a different spot. I wonder why they're getting rid of it. Actually, I don't know.
What are we talking about? I also want to get rid of my drawing pad.
Yeah. Wait, why? What's up, Daria? Thanks 100 bits, bro. I appreciate it. Why do you want to get rid of your drawing pad? What do you mean? What are you getting rid of your drawing pad for? Draw with it. Art streams. Let's go. Where are they at? WTB art stream from Aduria. PST 5G. So I'm getting kind of worked up. The Warcraft servers coming out today. Yeah, I'm just a little worked up, man. All right. Your hand needs to be bigger. I think our hand needs to be bigger. Scale it up. There we go. There we go. That's what I wanted. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe this needs to be further forward. Yeah. Yeah. Symmetry is hard, man. Symmetrical armor, what a pain. Because it doesn't exist? Oh, okay. Yeah, well. Got a Kia chocolate the other day, 8 out of 10 would recommend. It's actually decent, isn't it? They have like a berry drink or whatever. It's also pretty legit. And the pear cider there is pretty good too. Spacing you have makes sense. I have 2 spots perfect for the Detols. And perfect spot for the Billy. All right, well there you go, man. Fucking display that collection. Let's see what you got. Let's see what's up. You know, one of these weekend days, Evan, I'm a DM specifically and host an MS Paint stream. We can make the best mouse drawings. I would do it. I can't really draw it with my mouse all that well. I'm unpracticed, you know. It's like, I don't know if I could like, without some sort of a pressure change or whatever. Maybe do a little environment. Do a little rune. What else we got? Do some shrubberies. I'm gonna do some mountains in the background. Yeah, you get it. Oh yeah. Maybe some clouds. Ooh. Ooh, we got clouds going. Oh yeah. Yeah, look at that.
Out of practice mouse drawing, Evan is better than my best pen drawings. Check.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's not even... Look at it. I got a little shade on the mountains. What do you mean, bro? Thank you 100 bits. I appreciate that. I got little cracks in the rune. There you go. Now we can use the shift key. There you go. All right. All right, there you go. What do you think? What do you think? How am I? What do you think? What's my mouse skill at right now? What are we looking at? There it is. I invite Torthorkin too, but his would actually be good, so it's cheating. Yeah, you can't actually be good. That's not fair. So
can I purchase this sketch for 100 krona?
Yeah, sure. Yep, I'll do it. Yeah, you want to pay 100 bits? Sure. Here we'll do our signature real quick. Let me just do a little signature. 23. Okay. All right. Hold on. We got a snipping tool. Yep. It's such an aggressive sneeze. What the fuck? Look, I need rehab. Okay, where is it? EA Sketchbook. Mouse sketch 01 purchased by Aduria for 100 bits. Mouse sketch 2 will cost 200 bits. The price will double each time. Yep. There you go. There you go. There it is. You got the first one. You got number one, Aduria. 100 bits. You bought it. It's all yours. Commissions closed now for a while. And it's gone forever. So the only place it exists now is in that Discord channel. Can't wait for the mouse sketch to cost the honest crumb. So how much would that be? Mouse sketch 2 would cost 200 bits. Then mouse sketch 3 would cost 400. Mouse sketch 4 would be 800. That's $8, man. But mouse sketch 5 would cost 1600 bits. Mouse sketch 6 would cost 3200 bits. 7, 64. 8, 128. 9, 256. 10 would be a $500 sketch. So mouse sketch 11 will cost $1,000 in bits. We'll see who wants to buy it. I mean, you could get in on it then, because like, if you think that's expensive, what is mouse sketch 12 gonna cost? Like, holy fuck, right? I wouldn't buy it unless you're a true art collector. We'll see how many true art collectors we have in our guild. Next person that cheers 200 bits, we'll do mouse sketch 2 for them, and then we'll go from there on. And whenever we get to mouse sketch 11, we're gonna ban that person from the stream forever. So probably steal or something. Mouse sketch 50. How much is if you start at 100 bits and you double it every single time? What is it by 50? What is 50?
You heard him, chat. Mouse sketch 13 will be enough to finally make him buy the new tablet he's been secretly crowdfunding.
That's true, actually, and unfortunately. You're unfortunately correct. And I don't like that you're correct, but I know that you are. And I can't say shit right now. Because, yeah, you're just straight up right. Fuck. If you want, I'll mint it as an NFT. The one-of-one original mouse sketch on the Ethereum network. You can sell it to some guy in a backwards baseball cap at a bar for like $70,000. Crypto bros pay a lot for that shit, man. But the downside is you have to listen to him talk about crypto for like a half hour, so that's, you know, I don't know if it's worth it at that point for you, right? It's up to you, man. It's up to you. When I get paid next, I'll speedrun my next crumb. Don't tempt me. It's not worth it, Fox. What crumb are you at? You're at golden. The next crumb is diamond. It's double. It's 2.5 goldens. It's not worth it. Stop it. Mouse sketch 50 would cost 5.62 to the power of 16 bits. What number is to the power of 16? What is the 16th power? The 16th power is called... What is it called? I know what this is called. I need to know what the terminology is for it. I started on gold from regular last time. I'll do it again. No, Fox, you're not allowed. I ban you. I ban you. Okay, you're banned. You're banned from bits. I can't find the name of it. Fuck. All right, whatever. Screw it. Screw it, man. Someone bought glowy dice. Oh shit, on the store. Just now? Someone bought dice from the Ella Blackwood dice store? Congratulations, that's awesome. One, let's see. That's 100. That's 100,000. That's million. Yeah, how many billions of dice is it? 56 quadrillion. Okay, so 16 is a quadrillion. 56 quadrillion, 294 trillion, 995 billion, 342 million, 131,200. That's how many bits it would cost? Which would be in dollars. A quadrillion, we have to move that twice. So quadrillion to 100 trillion to trillion. So it'd be like $94 trillion or whatever, or some shit. I don't know. That's a lot, man. That's a lot for a sketch. But if you think 56 quadrillion bits is a lot for sketch number 50, imagine how expensive sketch number 51 is. I thought about doing something like that as an experiment for my art career. I thought about listing like a print on my art store, right? I need Ella to code this, but the print is just a card of a crumb, and it's a really poorly drawn crumb. You know, it's a really poorly drawn crumb. And the first print costs like $1, and I will literally sell it and mail it out for $1 for the card, right? And I'll write the amount that you paid for it on it, the $1 crumb, and then it doubles every time someone buys it, right? And then at the end of my art career, when I'm on my deathbed, I see how many, what is the current price of the shitty crumb. You know, what an experiment that I could do. Because like maybe some like Saudi oil prince or whatever decides to buy crumb number like 25 and spend like $300 million on it or whatever, how much or crumb 25 would be. And you could just see, man, you could just see what, like, if you can create artificial scarcity for something that then shows just how much people are willing to spend on an art collection. And so it's like, I don't want to pay $1 for a shitty crumb. It's like, you don't have to. But the next one will be twice as much. As like a social experiment artist thing that I'd run for my entire life. You know? Mostly because I think it'd be funny, actually. So, I don't know if that really, is the number of bits for sketch number 51? 225, what is that? 225 quadrillion? You don't have to, but don't regret it later? Yeah. Yeah. There'd be regret, probably. There'd be much regret. Elon Musk buys the first crumb that costs $1 million. He won't be. Jeff Bezos won't be outdone, so he buys the one that costs $2 million. Bill Gates decides to flex on both of them, so he buys the one that costs $4 million. Putin decides he's gonna dunk on both of them, so he buys the one that's $8 million. And the fucking Prince of Saudi Arabia, Bin Salman or whatever, decides to buy the $16 million one. Then the fucking guy who owns LVMS decides to buy a $32 million crumb. And they just one-up each other every single time. That's how you actually succeed as an artist. If you can get rich people to try and one-up each other by buying your art, you know you've actually made, you know, a splash. You've done the right thing in your art career. So, take a break anytime soon? I want to pour. Oh, yes, I'm gonna take a break. I'm out of water. I need to go get more coconut water. So I'll come down real quick. They're making his own NFT. Physical NFT though, Knight. It's a physical NFT. It's printed on a card.
I got to hand it to you. You are good at arts.
Thank you, Rob. Thanks for 100 bits, bro. I appreciate it. Thanks for that, man. You're I appreciate you. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get new water and also coconut water because I'm healthy like that. I need electrolytes, BRB. All right, we back. It's time. It's time. SOD should be through WoW Classic on the launcher, right? Yes. Yes, it should be. Let's see if we can even get in. It'll be on the oh, okay, here. You go to change realm. And down here it says hardcore classic era. Oh, what? They removed it. Okay, it did say seasonal down here. So down here there should be another tab beside hardcore that says seasonal. That's where it should be. So we will check. We'll keep checking. Let me know if the servers show up so we can pick the server we want to join. All right. I'm excited, man. World of Warcraft Classic Season of Disgov Hori is going to be Pog Champion. It's going to be Poggy Woggies. It's going to be everything I ever wanted. Streamer gone. Gamers rise up. God damn it. The coconut song? No, what the fuck is that? Regis Thork is already Giga Chad. True. I'll check in 30. All right, cool. Cool. Anybody curious about what we're doing for Season of Discovery that wants to join our guild? We're going to be hosting a guild for all of TDC. We just need enough gold to make the guild, enough people to sign the charter. And I'm excited. We're all gonna get to level 25, go do Black Fathoms Deeps. Go raid the Hydra. Get some loot. I think I'm gonna play Prop Paladin. The Astral Knight's ability that grants Macy count as them wearing armor. It does. Yeah, they can't wear armor. I don't know how to word this, Nick, but basically they thematically wear specific Astral Knight armor. And so whilst they are wearing their armor, they are given the bonus. But if they wear additional armor, they gain no bonus. So, I don't know. I don't know how to word that yet. But they can't wear additional armor, basically. There might be a system later on to upgrade their like existing armor, but I don't have it figured out yet. I think it's just like they upgrade it as they I don't know. Their astral steel armor plates protect them. And say that the astral steel counts as like medium armor for the purposes of something. We'll figure out how to word it. We don't know yet, but if we can figure that out today, that'd be cool. But I'm not saying we have to dive into it or anything right now. Bunch of friends that will play, but they're normies and work during the day. Ugh. All right, well, good luck, I guess, to them with their normal hours, normal jobs, and normal routines. What's it like to have an actual routine? Seems pretty good and awful at the same time. Seems stressful though. Feels like everybody I know that works normal hours and normal jobs are stressed. I guess that's the price of security, is the stress of the corporate world. One of my players just got a job at a new game company. She's working in some high-level leadership role on The Sims. And I feel like after the previous job she's had and all the stress, I'm hoping that she's less stressed about this job. But unfortunately, still normie hours. So we still can't play D&D at a certain time. Why do all my players have to keep getting normie jobs? Main qualification to play in an EBA game: must not have normal hours job. Cannot be late because of meetings. They're sword monks? That part, yeah. Wasn't sure if you'd be able to wear gauntlets that grant you magic +2 AC. No. Unless they're somehow made in astral steel, which we could do. We could have like the astral steel gauntlets and boots be able to like take on enchantments or whatever somehow. We gotta find a rule for that. Follow-up question to character design talk the other day. I'm curious about your process to define cohesive patterns as culture throughout a character. Like, how does Stonemark Warrior differ from Shattered Sea Warrior and such? I have an idea, but it doesn't hurt to know more. The way I like to try and do it, Thorkin, is build sort of design language. Right? Take Gondor versus Rohan in Lord of the Rings. Very interesting stuff that Weta did to define design language for patterns, shapes, and designs that then are translated through the actual physical functionality and physical mechanics of the armor. So sharp versus rounded, ornate versus bulky, filigree versus, you know, etched, whatever. And once you just sort of like kind of accumulate a bunch of ideas in design language that sort of fit together, you can just start kind of building. Because like for me, Astral Knights versus like what are they called? Aldarian Knights. It's all about design language, right? Like even when we were doing our warm-up the other day, we were designing Astral Knight rings versus Astral Sage rings, right? And using some different, so like sages don't like sharp angles, like triangles. They like these like sort of leaf patterns. Knights don't mind these sharp angles, right? So they incorporate the leaves, but they also have these sharp angles as well. And so you'll see that in Charlotte's armor, where she has like a sage would favor more of like these kind of shapes as opposed to this kind of shape. So more aggressive lines, things like that. That's the way I think about it anyway. Astral Steel, yep. Is 6 a.m. normal hours? No. No, you work fucked up hours. But I bet you're also in bed at like 9. That's early, man. I worry that I go to bed too early now to be able to play a D&D game like reliably with some of my groups of friends. My Pacific Coast working Andes I can play a D&D game with, but I'm worried about like if I try and play with like streamer friends or something, that'll be difficult because they're all gremlins. A lot of my streamer friends actually like they stream later in the day because they don't wake up till 2 p.m. So there's that, you know. Thought about you could have them gain additional AC in ways similar to Blade Singer Wizard's ability. That'd be interesting. Like, I wonder what if we could calculate out what the max AC that a knight might have based on certain like hypothetical scenarios. And this is why I want to start to put this to playtest as soon as possible. I want to see people like working in and around the rules and the mechanics to try and like not break it, but like see what you can sort of get away with the knights. If you know what I mean. I wish I'm usually in bed at 11:30 and you wake up at like 6 a.m. Oh my god, bro. You need sleep, Viddy. We need to get you some sleep. Any sleep vendors? Coconut water. Organic. Any sleeping Andes? Wish I was wasn't EST. EST's rough. Yeah, it's rough. Just I think that the French in Ontario should choose to move to Alberta. Alberta gets along with French people way better than Ontario does. Ontarians are very soft. They're like, you can't say that. What if someone's offended? And the French are like, I'm sorry. Was I speaking about your mother? Albertans like a good jab. Similar sense of humor to the French. Just as dickish. Not as rough as Newfoundland, but still yeah. Newfoundland doesn't exist though. We don't worry about Newfoundland. I knew one guy that lived in, or sorry, one friend that lived in Newfoundland, and we never played games until he moved to Vancouver. But I had a friend growing up. I had a couple of friends growing up. A couple of girls from Newfoundland that I met on the internet when I was a fucking 13-year-old. Because that's what you did when you were 13. You went on to teen chat rooms and made friends with other Canadians. No, I met them, and they lived in Newfoundland, and they were always awake and like up and ready to go. Because I was always up early, and it was always so nice because before all of our other friends would log on, my friend Amber would be like already online because it's like, you know, 6 a.m. my time and like, I don't know, just before noon her time. So her and I would always hang out and chat for like an hour or two on the weekends before anyone else like logged on. It was always so peaceful. In bed at 12 to 2 a.m. when I get up at 10 a.m. Yeah, I used to do that. I used to do that before I started having to go to the gym, so I wish I could again. People like me who have to work in the PM instead of the AM, that's rough, man. That's rough. You gotta be like... But I guess, you know, I don't remember who said it, Aduria, but I remember some guy when talking about, like, you know, like, self-improvement and shit, said that you should never give your best hours to your company. That you should, like, wake up early and give the best hours of your day to whatever project you want to work on or business or whatever it is, and then go to work later. And so if you're tired and like having trouble focusing and concentrating or whatever, you're doing it on somebody else's project and not your own. So maybe there's a silver lining in that, working in the PM. You can be like alert and ready for your streams and shit and whatever else you're doing, working on, and then you go to work in the evening to pay the bills. Or you do like me, where you stream in the AM and then don't pay your bills. So, you know, that's fucking sick too. Does recommend. Commission's open soon, by the way. Kidding, relax. Up at 5 a.m. so I can get ready for work. Shift at 6:30 to 18:30. What is that? Like 6:30? From 6:30 to 6:30, then 45 minutes to hour drive home because traffic is stupid. Then I have supper, do anything that needs doing, hang with the family. Then is free time, so usually up until like midnight-ish. That's a lot, dude. That's a lot, man. Maritime's a really nice love trip there. Would definitely move to Halifax or Sydney, Canada. Halifax is great. Puts credit card down for the third time. No, stop. Put your credit card down. Put it down, Viddy. I said put it down. Hands up. I'll firebolt. I will. Maritimes are cool. I like going to Maritimes. I've only been there once or twice, but it was fun. Twice. Yeah. I was trying to remember if the second time was technically Maritimes, but it was. People are weird out there, man. People in Eastern Canada, like, is there a place in the US where people are kind of weird, but not like, you know, smash your sister weird, not like, you know, not dangerous or like unruly weird, but just kind of weird. Like, they're not hurting anyone. They're not like, they're not getting into shit. You don't want them to change because you're not like, oh, you're a problem, but they're just kind of weird. Because that's the Maritimes, where in Canada. Portland, you guys both just said Portland. California, so just West Coast in general. Because I think Nova Scotia, Halifax, these are real places, by the way, in Canada, in case you're wondering. These are real states. Nova Scotia, Halifax, or Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Newfoundland. These are real states in Canada. And people are just weird there, man. They have the Canadian accent out there. You like walking down the street and some old toothless fucking sailor, salty fisherman just, hey, what do you got there, eh, bud? What do you get her? I crushed them scullies? You're like, okay, no, thank you, sir. It's 7 in the morning. I'm not drinking with you.
Is there a place in the US where people are weird gestures at the entire continent?
Yeah, all right, fair. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, Rock. I don't know. What's up, Rock? How you doing, bro? Good to see you, man. Thanks on a bits. Minnesota's also very strange. Ooh, are they weird in Minnesota? What do they do in Minnesota that's weird? But the most stereotypical Canadian in Nova Scotia is great. Yeah, you find them out east. Absolutely. You find them either out east or rural Saskatchewan. Yep. Yep. You realize the continent is more than just the US? Yeah, that's true. Minnesota's great? Wait, really? What is Minnesota known for? It has people who talk funny. Because, wait, isn't Minnesota basically just Canada? I've heard Americans say that the people in Minnesota act like if you want to go to Canada, but you don't want to waste your time going to Canada, you go to Minnesota and people act like they're Canadian, like act very similar to Canadians in Minnesota. That what makes them weird? Like, oh yeah, how you doing there, eh, bud? Go get some tibbies and see the game later? Yeah, work's a bitch, I know, eh? If you get off, you want some company, come down to the old Timmy's pub, eh? I'll buy you a round or two. Not that American piss water, though. I'll get you a Molson Canadian. I'm like, okay, all right, overly Canadian man. I'll go drink with you at Tim Hortons to watch the fucking hockey game. They got a lot of lakes. Frigid, soul-freezing temperatures. Yep. The Timberwolves. West Portland or Midwest Minnesota, South Florida, East Rhode Island. What? Wait, really? Minnesota's like value Happy Meal Canada. Oh man, no. Minnesota's like great value Walmart Canada. Oh no, come on, man. Oh, poor Minnesota. I don't want to hear this slander over by Minnesotan brothers and sisters. Like Canada in all the best ways, not the worst ways. Wait, I'm gonna look this up. What is the most popular fast food in Minnesota? Let's see.
At Eye of the Night we liberated the rest of the continent from our upstairs neighbors. Canada needed freedom from themselves. Sorry.
Hey man, grow some fucking balls, pussy. Invade us. You won't, loser. You won't invade Canada. You won't invade us and then give us make us part of America so we can get access to American Netflix and American Amazon Prime. Do it, nerd. All right, Minnesota. Minnesota's most popular fast food restaurant revealed by new study. According to the results, the top The top 3 fast food restaurants in the state of Minnesota are Dairy Queen, Chipotle, and Jimmy John's. Is Minnesota the only state where Dairy Queen is the most popular fast food restaurant? That's so Canadian. Holy fuck. While the descriptions might be a bit subjective, the study claims that Minnesota-based Dairy Queen has reputation for its delicious ice cream desserts. Both Chipotle and Jimmy John's are known for their quick service cuisine and accessibility. All right.
Minnesota #1 export, diabetes.
Oh, really? Oh, man. No, we're not doing Minnesota like this, are we? Come on, bro. Oh, no. Poor Minnesota, man. Thanks for the bits, bro. Only invade places that are useful. We got all your water, Knight. We got all of your water, bro. You definitely need to invade us. You need to invade Canada because it's no longer in vogue to steal your oil from the Middle East. But guess what? We got oil and fresh water. We got oil, fresh water, and narwhals. Clock's ticking, America. Y'all need to make up your mind. Who do you want to invade next? Some dirt hole country in the Middle East? Or the beautiful ranges of Canada? Please invade us. We want American Netflix and Amazon Prime, please. Bro, I bought something for Ella. I bought something for Ella for Christmas. You know how much shipping was? It was $40 Canadian. That's $30 US. I paid 30 USD for shipping to Canada. And you know what? They had free shipping to continental US. Free US shipping. Why can't I'm closer than it's free US, not just continental, it's free US shipping. I'm closer than Alaska. Why is it more expensive to ship something to me than it is to Alaska? Okay? Man. Just invade us already.
We would invade Canada for the oil, but we fear your unicorn whales in your maple leaf army attacking us, Munkor.
The narwhals aren't that dangerous. Okay? Just give them a smack. They'll fuck off, alright? Narwhals, they have they have the tooth that looks like a unicorn horn, but you just give them a little, you know, just give them a little slappy slap on the front of their nose, and they fuck off. They're like, all right, fuck this shit, man. I'm going back below the ice for another 20 years. Like, fuck you, man. I'm out of here. Like, that's fine. Okay? We're checked by the Great Kraken Bear. Oh, that's true. You guys would have a hard time getting through the Kraken Bear. I forgot about that. Okay, maybe it's a bad idea. Maybe we don't want to send our American brothers and sisters to fight the Kraken Bear, Thorkin. We'd have to wait for the Great Kraken Bear to start slumbering once again, and then the US could invade us. It would cause great pain for the entirety of our American brethren to try and invade whilst the Kraken Bear wakes. That's true. Forgot about that one. Thorkin coming in clutch reminding me why Canada's still free-ish. And the house hippos? Yeah, the Canadian house hippos. That's true. You can't forget the Canadian house hippo. Dude, Americans have no idea what the fuck we're talking about when we say... they're like, oh, Kraken Bear, a made-up thing. Oh, house hippos. No idea that they actually exist in Canada. It's crazy, man. Warmer climates in Canada only, but the house hippos, they're real, man. They're legit. Wait for good season. Wait for a good season from the Sens, dude. Did you see the Sens game where they gave every player a 10-minute minor or major or whatever it was on the ice? It was like the most penalty minutes all year in the NHL. Anyway, that's enough Canada for us today. But I was still in the Navy, called some of the Navy wives house hippos. Oh, God. Okay. Okay. All right. Chill.
The Kraken Bear guards a cave full of oil, maple syrup, and Wayne Gretzky like a crazy dragon guarding its hoard.
Yep. He has multiple signed Wayne Gretzky rookie cards that he just guards as well. There's you don't mess with the Canadian stash of Wayne Gretzky rookie cards, maple syrup, oil, and multiple. I said multiple. Yep, you heard me. I said multiple. See, you don't want to mess with the Kraken Bear. The Great Canadian Kraken Bear has many different temperaments. Some good, some bad, but you don't want to find out either way, I guess. All right, we need some more ideas for spells. What else could if you were a cool space knight and you had a cool space steel sword that could parry spells, cut through spirits, and do cool shit, what else would you do with your cool space sword? We need other rune spenders. Runic abilities. So far we got extra damage, ignores armor, astral damage type, cone explosion strike, throw weapon / return, reactionary parry and reflection, attack spirits and ignore resistances, dancing rune weapon, fireball, lightning bolt. Can't be elemental. Can't be anything elemental. Only astral. It's like already enthusiastic to show his signed Gretzky cards. He's really excited about it. It's true. He'll show you, just as long as you try not to take it. I wanted to post some cool screenshots of Final Fantasy 14 in the server. Where would I put them? Shit, man. We don't have really a good gaming section, do we? Zelia, we had a Final Fantasy 14 section. Maybe we bring back the 14/WoW section in the Discord, because we're gonna have a lot of people playing in the next little while. Wait. Discord, help, please. Okay. Where's our old channels? Final Fantasy 14. I'm bringing it back. We're gonna call it DGen Gamers. The channel hath returned just in time for WoW Classic. All right, there it is. There it is. We have a new channel, Azalea. This is the channel where you can post all sorts of screenshots of Lalafell. We'll find a proper name for it. Maybe we'll call it the TDC Game or Gaming Club or something like that. I don't know. That's probably better. Let's call it that. TDC Gaming Club. Let's do that one. For all of your DGen and not DGen gaming experiences. Type channel. All right. TDC Gaming Club. What the fuck? Yo, you got that G pose going on. Oh shit. Yo, this is sick, Azalea. Wait, your glam's sick. Where is this glam from? What the fuck? And how altered is this? Yeah, wait, how altered is this? Where's your glam from? This is not... I do not remember Mikote looking like they have the body of a Vieira, okay? This is not a Mikote torso. Yo, that's awesome. That's fucking sick. Zelia here looking crisp. Damn, bro. What a banging first post. I'm gonna post all sorts of screenshots from World of Warcraft Classic in here, and I'm gonna talk to nobody except Thorkin, who's gonna grats me once in a while, and that's it. That it. The right wielder can look through a part of the sword as though it were transparent. It's not, and any creature so viewed appears in the environment in their home plane rather than their current location. So we don't have planes, Delport, in Eldara. But that's a sick idea. Some kind of... Okay, I like this. Okay, so some kind of... Let's do weapon cool shit. Some kind of astral viewing. That's an amazing idea, dude. You can glare through the steel and see something. Servers aren't on yet? Damn it. Okay, thanks for the update, Thurkin. Feeling the weather. Have a good day. All right, Rock. Take care, man. Try and feel better. Rest up, man, bro. Hope you're feeling okay soon. Steel wind strike. Only thing modded is tattoos and chest piece. Well, in the ears and tail, which are fox. Yeah, there's that too. Wait, do you have? So, Izelia, I'd never ask you to admit to playing anything modded in Final Fantasy 14. But is that mod on all the time? So do you always see yourself with the altered foxtail and ears, or is that like only for like G-pose stuff? Hunter's Mark. You Spelljammer resistant Eldara? I don't know yet. I don't know. Space travel is definitely going to be a thing that I'm not sure how it's going to work, because I think I want to do space travel via portals. So I'm going to say off the cuff no, but I don't know yet. That's a good question to ask. Ears and tail are always on. Oh shit, really? That's fucking sick, dude. I'm going to be doing my great winter house build in December. I'm very excited for it, Azalea. I've been collecting materials and stuff, and I'm going to be doing the great guild, my home rebuild, and actually filling it out properly. So I'm very excited to play Final Fantasy 14 this winter. Okay, what else? What about a strike that could bypass armor once, like a force attack? That is ignores armor. Right here, we got that. Absolutely. I love that idea, Knight. The spirit of it is that as you're swinging your sword, you can like basically phase your sword out of like existence or whatever, and you can slash through armor, being able to cut specters and ghosts and ignore resistances. So we have that twice, but I'm going to combine them into one. And you also ignore the armor bonus of a creature's AC. So it's just their dex bonus or anything else they have. But that's such a cool vibe that I like, and we're clearly on the same page. So I'm pleased. I'm pleased that we arrived there at the same time. If all space travel is by portals, where do the portals come from? Was there some ancient culture that explored space by another fashion, depositing portals as they go? Yes, Delport. They're called the Eldar Eye. And the Eldar Eye left these large rings. We have a warm-up sketch for this? Maybe from last? They left these large rings floating in the sky. These large rings serve as access to an ancient type of magic called the Astral Aura, that allows you basically to play with magic at a creation level. So it's considered like unscented, uncolored magic. So it isn't like arcane, it isn't holy, it isn't fel, it isn't, elemental. It's pure creation magic. So you can do amazing things with it in theory if you knew how to wield it properly. So astral sages and astral knights are basically practitioners of this ancient magic that use it and do powerful things with it, but they're trying to always figure out how to basically unlock the secrets of magic on its like code level. So the way that I'd explain it to a software engineer is this is that using Eldara magic is like entering like writing code with magic as opposed to running software with magic. So the Eldari portals, this ancient portal technology that they don't really understand how it works, kind of, but they can't replicate it. It's the same sort of trope as lost technology in science fiction. I like the idea of lost technology in science fiction. I wanted to bring that into fantasy. So they know how it works, sort of, but they can't replicate it. But these portals allow for travel to the different worlds. There's in Eldara, it is basically a central sort of planet called Eldara, right? That's what Eldara is. So the planet we're on right now, you are here or here. The planet we're working on right now, all the maps and everything I do is called Teleria, but the setting is called the Realms of Eldara because the Eldara itself is this large sort of like white glowing Jupiter-like planet, and imagine that all of these worlds are in its orbit, around Jupiter, and so you can see different realms. So this is how I'm handling planes. I don't like the idea of phasing into a different plane. I want physical planes, or planes to be physical locations you can go to. So if there's a place that represents like the Hells, that's like a fiery, brimstone, terrible planet that you go to. And if you're like on Thorash during certain times of the year, you can see that planet in the night sky as like a glowing something or another. So that's the way I want to do it. So travel, I don't like the idea of them flying ships to each planet. There is a central planet which we don't know the name of it, right? Yet we haven't figured it out, but it's kind of the central, like the Coruscant of the realms of Eldara. It has the one official large portal room that has portals leading to most of the travelable worlds that you can go to and from. But yeah, it's why there's no spelljammers or anything like that I don't know of yet. But that's the way I kind of want to handle the space travel, because I don't want it to be an astral sea. I like space. I don't like astral sea shit. I like space, and I want space to be a thing, and atmospheres and planets and whatnot. So I think Spellseal Wind Strike would be cool, since it's good old attack 6 creatures in one instance, like from an anime or some video game. That's cool. So like, how would that work? Like, it makes multiple attacks on... Oh, one thing. Oh, right. Ranged. That's one that I want to do. Ranged melee attack. That actually we could have it scale. I like that idea. So you basically slash your sword like within 60 feet of something, and that thing gets like slashed, you like cutting through reality or whatever. So it'd be cool if we did that with like more targets. Like you could spend more runes to add more targets to that, so you can multi-attack like 4 people at once if you spent 4 runes or enough runes on or something like that. Yeah, I love that idea. Good one. Similar to Eberron, I actually don't know how Eberron works, to be honest. Everyone uses the planes as separate planets and moons as well. Okay, then yeah, similar idea. I don't like planar travel. I don't know why I don't like planar travel. Off the cuff, gut instinct, like response, but not my official statement on why I don't like planar travel. It feels kind of inconsequential and a little bit lazy to me. But I can't describe it any better than that, so I don't talk about why I don't like planar travel. But I want all the places in Eldara to be physical locations. Also, because I think it's something that's kind of cool about it is that when you're on Teleria in the night sky, you see Eldara, this like big glowing white planet, but you also see Thorash and Domingrad and that world all like in the night sky together. And I think that's a cool idea. So that's why I want to do it. Astral projection, like mind spirit separation, or we just doing weapony things. I want to focus just on weapon things, so things that you can do as if you're like a wizard, but all your spell casting comes from attacking with your weapon, you know. So the spell genre equivalent would be the old Eldari ships, which are not around anymore so as far as we know, but wrecked or unpowered ships might be beached on some distant world. Actually, that's a really cool idea. Like that's what I was thinking of, is if there was some sort of like physical space-based transportation, I kind of want to feel sort of like World of Warcraftian, like Draenei space travel, where it's like, yeah, it kind of worked at some point in time, but you don't really know how. There's just like these large sort of like construct buildings that are crashed into these rune sites that like maybe were used for travel. I don't know. You know, I don't know how I want to handle that just yet, so I haven't really covered it, but I like that idea. I think that's a really strong idea for like emphasizing the ancient lost technology of it. Of course, I'm trying to avoid I part of my whole thing for what I'm doing with my work with Eldara is I'm trying to bring in science fiction tropes and ideas into fantasy without crossing the line to feeling like sci-fi. Because like one of the things I think that is like a problem with genre media right now, I think sci-fi is doing really well. I think you get high sci-fi, low sci-fi, you get magic sci-fi. The difference between Star Wars, Warhammer, The Expanse, and like Star Trek are like, they're so different and so interesting, you know. And then you get sci-fi that's like real, like art, like singular world based, you know. You get sci-fi like I don't know. I can't think of a good example. It's like just based on like I guess like Avengers, like old superheroes. I know it's multiplanetary, but like yeah, you have multiple things here for sci-fi. Sci-fi is great, and it's doing really well. And it's thriving, and there's interesting sci-fi. Dune is different than Stargate. Is different than Star Trek. Is different than, you know, Babylon 5. And sci-fi is really doing well. But I think that fantasy is kind of stuck in being too self-referential and too incestuous. Certain ideas in fantasy are there because they're already in fantasy. It's like, why do elves have pointy ears? Why do dragons look like lizards? Why do this? Why do that? Why do all these things? And when you have an idea that things are based in folklore, but you're not reevaluating how to like bring new ideas out of that folklore, you're just grabbing someone else's interpretation of the folklore that everybody liked and dragging it into your game and putting it down. It's like kind of boring to me. But like people get mad at me when I say this because it's like, it sounds like I'm attacking modern fantasy, and I kind of am in a way, but I don't mean it with like malice. I mean it with like, let's be better. Let's catch up to sci-fi as like fantasy writers and enjoyers. And I want to try and do something that feels like it brings in certain ideas from science fiction that we love, like exploration, the stars, lost technology, things like this. You know, I want to bring those things that I love about sci-fi, and I can't always articulate what I love about them because I'm not smart enough to, but I'm on the journey trying to figure that shit out, right? I'm trying to bring those things I love about sci-fi, those feelings that you get in your gut when you love a good fucking sci-fi book or whatever. I'm trying to bring some of that into fantasy without making it technologically feel like sci-fi, without guns and lasers and, you know, whatever. So, I don't know. Is the destruction of a gate catastrophic to the world? Don't answer that. Keep the mystery. Yeah, I don't know, man. It doesn't happen. There are destroyed gates, 100%, but wonder what happens when one gets destroyed. No one's been able to do it yet. Sort of bait attack, a debuff that lasts until a target saves. Debuffs. I didn't think about debuffs. That's a great idea. Debuff. Some kind of astral debuff. I don't know what it looked like. Love the idea that there's one spaceship adventure. It amounts to you found enough old ship parts to make a ship work. Now that you're stuck on that ship, when it passes through empty space to its destination, survival horror aspects, and you get there and realize the gates were better. That's kind of a cool idea, actually. You're like, we're gonna travel in this ancient Eldari ship. Oh shit, it's awful out here. No, I want the gate. You're not attacking it, you're challenging it. Yeah, and I think that people, here's the thing, in order to challenge something, you have to sort of like, you have to make, there has to be a willingness to discover if there's a better way of doing it, right? In order to directly challenge something. And a lot of nerds get very protective about they're like, I love Lord of the Rings. How dare you suggest that elves don't need to look like the pointed ear is not the best way to articulate the mystery of a, you know, woodland fucking spirit creature person. You know, I don't know. I think elves are pretty good. I think like pointed ears is actually a pretty way of making some, and like slender features like a great way of making someone otherworldly, especially if you're applying great height or shortness or whatever. You know what I mean? But like people get very defensive over this when sometimes on stream, like people have gotten banned in chat for getting really mad about like when I say, hey guys, why are dragons cool? Do you need a dragon in your fantasy world? Or are dragons, is there a better way to do dragons, you know? Or like whatever fantasy concept we have that's just in every fantasy universe, and why does it appear in every fantasy game, book, movie, whatever? Because it's been in every game, book, movie, and whatever, and people expect it, but then it's fucking boring, you know? So I want to always ask, what are the core ideas, the myth, the original concept? What if we peel away all the fucking the layers and vestigial whatevers of dragons, what is at the core of the fucking dragon that makes it good? And like, for instance, the dragon in Star Wars is a Star Destroyer. It holds the same narrative role as the dragon in fantasy. And so I like asking these questions, going over this, but yeah, I'm really trying to bring a lot of sci-fi into it. Do you read Brandon Sanderson? I am starting to now. I tried reading the first book of Stormlight, and I could not handle how many prologues there were. I got bored, and I had everyone in chat say like, oh yeah, it's probably not the best Sanderson book to start with. So the book I'm starting with that I just downloaded on Audible is Warbreaker, that apparently is a good starting point for Sanderson. So I'm excited to get into that. What's up, Fishy? Good afternoon, my friend. Idea for command? All right, let's see it. Please make it through. Let me see. Could look at some of these special arrows that Arcane Archer has that change the flavor, text, or damage type on. Oh, great idea. Great idea. we'll look at arrow style attacks or attack augments. Good, yeah, good idea. Elves hit SSS tier when they have extra muscles and make them more emotive. Oh, really? Where? I've never seen that before. Y'all can have your elves how you want, but my elves are how I want, and demanding I make them the way you want is just bizarrely imperialist. But don't you get like Delport? I don't know. Do you think there's? I know I'm not articulating it well, but do you get what I mean when I say that fantasy is too self-referential, in my opinion? You know. Protective aura, they stay in a place to create a limited kind of tiny hut. Ooh, auras. Yes. Auras maybe the same as the astral sage ones. That would be really, so the sages have auras. A couple of them. It'd be cool to give the sage and the knight auras. Let's put that actually in enhancement spells, not weapon abilities. That'd be really cool, actually. If that would join the classes a little bit to make them feel a little more connected if they're using similar magics. Just to give an example, Guild Wars 2 basically made humans and elves by giving them narrative roles of ancient, high magic, highly rigid societies on a decline. That's really interesting to me. Strongest start is Mistborn, Final Empire, Warbreaker is, however, among my favorite individual works, so not a bad place to start. Yeah, I just felt like Stormlight Archives was like, I was like an hour into reading it and we were on prologue 3 or whatever, and I was like, I can't do this, man. I need the story to start. So maybe I'll try it again. Maybe I'll try whatever was it, Way of Kings, I think is the name of the book. Maybe I'll give Way of Kings a try later. But I'll start with a different Sanderson thing to fall in love with his style so that I'll have the tolerance to sit through all those prologues, you know? In the ears, like they go down when they're sad and stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get what you mean. Okay, maybe I'll do that, Fish. Maybe we'll make Eldarin elves emotive with their ears as well. Trying to link exertion in mind, but bend it with physical abilities. This is where we need to go, man. Apologize, I was unclear. I agree with you regarding elves. The statement above was attempt to phrase your argument. Elves should, yeah. No, I wasn't. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't saying that if you disagree, I just don't think, Delport, that I articulate this very well. And every time somebody who like wants to talk about this like idea, I love this conversation about how to redesign fantasy. But like I don't know if I'm articulating my point very well. If people are just like kind of confused of like what the fuck are you trying to do, Evan, or if it's like, yeah, okay, I see where you're coming from. You know, like that's, I don't know if I'm doing it really well. So it's a bad place to start. I would read probably the last because it's incomplete. I thought Mistborn was incomplete too. Aren't they both incomplete? Shit. Like having a poker face for elves is much about keeping their ears still as it is about their facial expressions. I like that idea. It's like the Rokari or the Mithara or whatever moving their ears. I kind of like that, you know? Because, I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a cool idea. I like that. That's actually kind of cute. The lore ID I sent you kind of links the classes too. Once I flesh them out a little more, I'll post in Discord proper. Oh, please do. Yeah, if I missed it, you know, sorry. I didn't mean for that. So my absolute favorite super niche fantasy things. Well, yeah, I'm doing it. I'm stealing it. Because here's the thing. So I acknowledge that there are certain things that are tropey in fantasy for a reason. Which is why I try and like analyze what things in fantasy are there for a reason and what things can we redesign. But Teleria is a little bit contradictory to what I've been talking about. Teleria needs to be a more classical fantasy, which is why elves look like elves, dragons look like dragons, there's magic, there's wizards, there's all these things in Teleria. But like, this world is supposed to build confidence. Me building Teleria is supposed to be, hey, you expect certain things from fantasy, here's my take on them. It's a little different, there's some little twists, there's some spice on top, there's some uniqueness to it, but this is a fantasy world that you can recognize. Because if you bring someone into some super weird fantasy story, they're not going to necessarily give you a chance. Just like I didn't give Stormlight Archives a chance or Way of Kings a chance because it was too weird for me, the writing style. So I need to read something that gets me into Sanderson first, and then I can read his more difficult, or it's like a big an ask, you know? So Teleria needs to be this sort of like beginner tier world that people can kind of recognize as fantasy. But once we go to like Domengrad or Everflow, this is going to be fantasy like hopefully nobody has ever written, in my aspirational opinion. So, you know, even like this one, unique physics, culture uniqueness, ancient connection, seafaring / this is our all floating islands world. This is everything is all floating islands here, all of it. The entire planet is a shattered sea, you know, of different island nations, basically, with flying airships and shit like that. And so it's really gonna be the one that bridges fantasy and sci-fi as far as a lot of concepts go. But like I can't get to this planet of like super weird crazy shit without sort of leapfrogging people, in my opinion, from the starter zone of like, here's Dungeons and Dragons, there's wizards and dragons and crazy things and zombies. Oh my god. You know, the Astral Sage and the Astral Knight are supposed to be the gateway classes into this larger fantasy world, so that you have a way, when you're interacting with this class and you're playing it, ideally you feel like there's something else out there that's a little more interesting in the beyond. You know, I wonder what it is, and you might want to go explore it, hopefully. This one had a complete 3-part trilogy, a standalone novel, then a 3-part trilogy sequel, standalone novel, all same planet, but not largely one large story arc. Oh, okay. It's a 10-part story for Stormlight? Okay. Original artist establishes and shares a unique vision. That's why they are loved. Wanting to emulate that is just using reference to their creation. It's creating your own unique vision the way they did. Hopefully. Yeah, hopefully I'm able to do that. I don't know. Everflow is going to be fun, Thorkin. Everflow is one of the oldest places that I've ever made, the oldest worlds or fantasies that I've ever come up with, and I don't know how people are gonna get along with Spanish conquistador / fighter jet armor. Old ACAD stuff, man. Like Elves, Lord of the Rings style, have the reputation of being super stoic, and I think that would be really cool. That's just a human perspective. There we go. Because humans look at their face, not their ears, because that's not a thing they personally have. Oh yeah, okay, that's interesting. They're a lot more emotive than humans think. They tend to look in the wrong places. Fishy, you always have such great insights on communication. Not just languages, but just communication in general. Floating continents? Yeah, that kind of thing. It's important. Is it important to you that these worlds be things not before written, or is it okay to take on ideas that are unique among examples? So there's always gonna be a reference or an idea, because I think one of the things that is very strong in fantasy and sci-fi is referencing existing sort of story concepts and reskinning it and flavoring it in a way that's interesting. You know, like if you really look at why was Star Wars successful, it's actually a very simple formula. George Lucas, above all else, is an anthropologist, right? He's an anthropology student. He studied anthropology. He loves sociology and anthropology. He loves the way that people did things in history. He loved the way that stories worked in history. He was very inspired by like Joseph Campbell, who talks about this a lot in his writing. It's very difficult writing to get through. I've downloaded a couple of audiobooks and I can't listen to them because I need to sit there and do nothing but listen to these audiobooks. I can't be drawing or painting or playing games or whatever while I'm listening to the audiobook. I need to like focus on it, like take notes and shit. So it's very difficult to listen to, but these are old ideas of like, there's certain stories that came up through us as humans independently of cultures. Why did the I forget the names, but the pre-Aztec, pre-Incan, what is their name? Whatever, that like they had like the different like statue heads and stuff. Why did those guys in the jungles of South America come up with a very similar story to like the Olmec, thank you, to like the Han Chinese? Why do they have a very similar story to like you know, sub-Saharan African myth? Why is it very similar in certain stories? Why do you get these connections where these people shouldn't be connected in any way, but they have certain ideas that permeate the human experience? Some people consider them to be religious ideas because they're divine or whatever. They come from somewhere above and beyond us, not just within us. But there's also sort of a evolutionary perspective on it, that we evolved certain values, and whatever you believe is your personal interpretation of this, and that's whatever, man. Everybody has room at the table. But the science, or the facts behind it, are that these stories are important. Myth is important. There's the hero's journey, the archetypes, they're all important. And so I think trying to build my stories based on these archetypes, based on these myths, based on these, like, this foundational stuff, and then try to reskin it in a way that's fun fantasy adventure. Because, like George Lucas said, why don't I tell a story that matters, a story people care about, so like the hero's journey, but I'll put like a Flash Gordon, like, space soap opera sort of skin on it, and we'll see what happens. And then you get the most popular science fiction franchise, and one of the most popular franchises of any kind of all time. And it's like, that doesn't just fucking happen, man. That's intentional. And I feel like I'm trying to design my stuff with a similar respect to ancient myth and stories that I think are really important for reasons that I don't understand why, and we don't really understand why, but we're trying to understand it, you know? Love My Forearm Boys. Yeah, he's pretty cool. Because aliens? Oh, there you go. All right. Well, there's also, yeah, I said everyone gets to see at the table, even Blaze. Even Blaze. The aliens didn't clean the brain probes and there were cross-contamination. That's what happened? Same? Yeah, true. So I don't know, man. I really want to make stories that I feel like have meaning. I believe in the power of myth and the power of stories. I think that people find a lot of stories provide us with blueprints for how to live good lives in a lot of ways. You know, and whether it's from a religious standpoint, where your religious texts literally provide a blueprint, or whether it's from fiction providing a metaphorical standpoint or a blueprint for how to live your life, I think that stories impact people in great ways. There's a lot of people who out there who would say, what would Jesus do? What would Buddha do? There's a lot of people who would say, what would Superman do? What would Luke Skywalker do? Because they represent virtues of humanity that they want to emulate. And I think that's really interesting shit to me, you know? So I think telling stories is like one of the coolest things you can do. Stories that are important. Stories that do... A good story can do multiple things at once. I think when a good story does this, you get an amazing story. When a story can provide you with insight on your experience, that's amazing. When the story also provides you with like blueprints on how to sort of like be a better version of yourself and do whatever and make the world a better, slightly less shitty place, that's cool. When the story's fun and you enjoy it the entire time and you're having fun experiencing it, that's amazing. And then when the story takes you on a crazy adventure that sparks all the natural human, you know, brain chemicals of finding new shit and going on a journey. When a story does that, you get shit like The Lord of the Rings, man. You get shit like Star Wars. You get stuff that matters through history. And what else can you hope for as a storyteller but for people to say that your work mattered? There's lots of stories out there. A lot of it doesn't matter. And like Genshin players will get mad at me, but does Genshin really matter? I don't know. Maybe it does. We'll see in 50 years. Right? But a lot of storytelling, a lot of art these days is just sort of like dopamine, hit that button and go, you know. And a lot of stories don't really matter in ways to people that inspire them and make them better versions. But like I had the gift of Star Wars and Lord of the Rings and myth and legend to make me better and to get me through awful times when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I had an awful time, man. I was in hospitals and dealing with medical problems and shit. And like one thing that got me through all that was Star Wars, you know? And so it's like, how do I now contribute to the next generation of storytelling? How do I take what stories did for me and gave me a thing to look at and feel like life is maybe not so awful and make me optimistic and hopeful for the future and a better person? How do I then wrap that all in the things that I love, which is fantasy and science fiction and all these like cool things, and pass that off to somebody, you know, and say maybe the world that I build and the stories I tell and the art I make will make somebody's life just a little bit better one day. That's fucking cool to me. That's why I like doing this stuff. That's my calling in life. I'm not a very useful person, but if I can tell some useful stories to people, maybe that'll make me a useful person. So, stories of Paragon and virtue are important for people. I think so. I like the idea that people get reincarnated when they die. Their soul becomes part of the big blob of human experience, and those universal themes are things that have happened so much to so many people that it becomes a part of the fabric of the soul, regardless of the personal experience. That's awesome. That's a really beautiful way of thinking of it. You know, who knows? I certainly don't, but I can respect that the power of certain stories are there. I don't feel like I'm not the kind of person that needs to deconstruct things for the sake of it. I don't think that simply just destroying, you know, modern fantasy and replacing it with something else that's different for the sake of being different is a good way of doing this. But I want to ask and challenge modern fantasy and say, is everything we're doing the best way to do it? Or is there a new way we can tell cool ass stories? Right? I don't know. It's like how Professor Tolkien wanted to replace the English mythology lost during the Norman conquests. Yeah. And that's a goal that inspires me a great deal, you know, is that idea of creating something that has the importance of mythology, you know, but also a surface level interactability. It's like I want to take like that idea of like creating a new mythology or whatever for like a lost land, and I want to then also player something over it that's interactable, because you could only interact with the Lord of the Rings a little bit. The story is there and then it ends. There's no expansion pack. There's no second book to the Lord of the Rings that Tolkien wrote, right? It's this thing. It's a couple of books and then there it is. It's, you know, 5 books depending on what you consider to be part of the canon of Lord of the Rings. And then that's it. And there's no way to interact with it, but we have lots of love and drive with interacting with stuff. We want more comics, more movies, more whatever, media to consume, adventures to go on, things to have. And I think that's why I think role-playing games and D&D is a great use of my time to engage with these stories, because people spend a lot of time in these worlds role-playing and playing D&D and playing games. And I'd love to create some, and that's, I think Star Wars did that really well. Star Wars creates this like mythological story, but also places on top of this amazing experience of a galaxy of stories and a timeline of amazing tales. So you have the story, the core ideas of Star Wars, the story of family, the story of rescuing the father, of redeeming the family bloodline, doing all these like mythological things, the hero's journey, you know, all these things that matter to human storytelling. But then on the top of it, you have like cool space fights, you know, and ancient laser knights, right? And fucking wizards and shit. So, I don't know. Seen Return to Moria? I have not seen Return to Moria yet, no. I have not. That's my parents and my dad took a day off work this weekend so they could buy fancy Lord of the Rings houses. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, you have that, I guess. You have the Lord of the Rings online players, but, you know, they're doing their best out there. But there's not a whole lot going on in Lord of the Rings online. And that's, you know, that's okay. That doesn't need to be. They're having a great time over there. They're playing Lord of the Rings online. Where is this layer here? Why is there an additional layer? I don't know. I'm gonna merge down. Hope I didn't just ruin everything. I don't think I did. If I just ruined this entire piece, it doesn't matter because I just saved it. Oh, that lagged. That chunked a little bit. I agree, by the way, modern myth has to be interactable because pre-printing all stories were interactable. In our time, the established stories are more static. I think you're on the right path. Thank you, dude. That means a lot to me. That really does. I always feel like I don't really articulate and describe what and why I'm trying to do things and how I'm trying to do it, because I don't know. I'm just a dumb fucking artist trying to like approach this like this monumental task that who am I to approach it, right? But it really means a lot when people sort of see, at least can acknowledge like, oh, that's kind of cool, you know? So I don't know. Hopefully I'll do something that matters one day. Maybe. Who knows, dude? I think that even if I never do accomplish my goal and I never make anything that really matters, I think it's a really great way to spend your life as an artist and a writer and a storyteller. I think it's cool to have a big ambitious goal like that, and maybe I'll never make it. But maybe I'll be part of it, you know? Maybe George Lucas was part of the greatest story ever told in humanity to date. and maybe the next iteration will thank George Lucas. Maybe it'll be even better than George Lucas's Star Wars, and it'll be even better than Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. It'll be even better, and maybe my failed attempts to get there as well will be part of that awesome, cool project, a lineage of storytellers that had to have the fucking, you know, hubris to decide to tackle such a abstract and difficult concept. But at least if people understand what I'm doing, what I'm attempting, I think it's probably a life well lived. Probably a life well lived regardless, even if you make it or not, or people understand or not. But yeah, I don't know. Stories are cool. Myth is important. Stories are one of the most important things to us as humans, and I think that having respect for that is cool. Meanwhile, I'm also gonna play World of Warcraft today for you know, hours in a half hour when the servers come up. So wait, server check. We'll see if the realms are available yet. Hold on. Change realm. Do we have the list yet? Hardcore classic era. Nope. All right, cool. All right, back to painting. Yep, we're good. Yeah, don't try to be a great man, just be a man. Let history make its own judgments. Is that from Cochrane? Yeah, that's a good Cochrane quote. I do like me a good Zephyr Cochrane reference. 2 minutes of ads? Oh fuck, I'm sorry. Twitch is fucking brutal, man. I wish there was something I could do. I wish I could opt out of it. It's not like it's like, okay, everyone who watches my stream has a worse experience when they get ads. And I hate that. And Twitch is like, oh, don't worry, we're gonna pay you for it. I'm like, how much are you paying me for it? And they're like, $25. I'm like, that's not worth
I don't
it.
know who history is, but his judgments are usually pretty decent. Sip.
Yeah, true. True. Actually true. Yeah, wisdom right there. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Do I sound crazy when I'm talking about this kind of shit? Because I know, like, some people are too nice to tell me that I sound like a fucking idiot. I just want people to kind of know what I'm trying to go for and to at least respect it. They don't have to, like, agree with it or like it or think that I can do it or have faith in me that I'll accomplish it. But I just want to at least figure out a way to articulate what I'm trying to go for as a creative. I don't know if I do a very good job at it or not. So I haven't stretched in a while, Steve. Thank you. It's super insightful as to what the ridiculousness that I'm entering into every day, or why a mediocre artist is trying to take on this like massive thing. It's not crazy, passionate about what you're talking about. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I gotta do my forearm stretches, man. They've been killing me recently. Gotta roll those digits and stretch it out like this. I get nervous sometimes, especially when people come into chat and are like very argumentative about it. I don't want to just think like, oh, this person just doesn't have a very like expansive like idea or whatever. They don't understand it, you know. I always want to. Yeah, I'm sorry about the ads, Delport. If there's something I could do about it with Twitch, I would absolutely disable them. But unfortunately, I have the least amount of ads I can possibly run per hour running. And even then, people still get hit with 2 to 3 minutes of ads every once in a while. So I'm sorry about that. Say the forum stretches for off stream. It's TOS after all. Is it? Ah, shit. My bad. My bad. I gotta get Twitch vacation now. Using my original or general understanding of what makes language, stories are innately human because of one of the marks of language is being able to talk about the future, past, and conceptual. So stories are literally indicative of who we are as a species. I think so. I believe that as well, Fishy. That's a great way of putting it. Azalea, damn it, dude. Thank you for the gifted sub to Delport. He was saving Delport from fucking ad hell on Twitch, at least in my channel for a while. Dude. Thank you, Azalea. That's very kind of you. That means a lot. Seriously, that's not just like a sub and which I always appreciate subs and the support, but that's like rescuing another member from the abyss, and that means a lot to me. Thank you. That's like community shit right there, and that makes my heart fucking swell. Okay, so thank you. No, you don't sound crazy. You sound passionate. It's really, really awesome to see people talking about what they love. Well, I can be passionate about something and also be crazy. You know, I just don't know. Like, I wish I could find a way to articulate it in a great way. And I don't know if I ever will really be able to do a good job with that, but Twitch is very good at dropping them during interesting conversations rather than bathroom breaks. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, mods, if you ever want to run an ad, if an ad hasn't run in a little bit, if you ever want to run an ad, I think mods can run ads, right? If you ever want to run ads while I'm AFK, feel free to, because then it'll save fucking time, so I don't have to deal with this shit. But like, I really hate it. It's like, I would happily pay Twitch the like $30 I get a month from ad revenue to not have ads. But of course it doesn't work that way, because then you can't sell ads. It's a whole thing. I really wish that it wasn't this way. I wish that I could go go adless or ad free or whatever. I'm allowed to multi-stream though now. So I don't know how YouTube ads work, but I can multi-stream on Twitch and YouTube now, and Facebook and Kick and all the other websites all at the same time. So maybe I'll set the multi-stream up, and there'll be like an ad-free viewing version of it. Because like, you know what I've also thought about doing is wondering if I could stream to Discord as well, which is always, you know, also ad-free in a certain way, right? While I'm live. Your beliefs are linguistically supported by general accepted truth of the discipline. Well, good. That makes me feel better. I feel validated, Fishy. Thank you. First, of course, you're crazy. We all are, but it's a very positive way rather than negative. All right, that's what I'm looking for. Your creators are at least a little crazy and different. I feel like you need a little bit of hubris to be a creative, because you need to be able to like ask who am I, like to answer confidently the question, who are you to challenge the established norm. And I guess that's the only time I don't get along with people really in stream when we're talking about lore and ideas, is when some people covet their stories and their lore so much they don't want to hear somebody's new idea. They don't want to be challenged. And I can't really get along with those people typically, because like, I'm not saying that fantasy is bad. I'm not saying your favorite story is good or is bad. I'm not saying I can do better. I'm just saying, wouldn't it be cool if we could do better? Wouldn't it be cool if there's a better way of telling these stories and doing these things? I don't know. What's the next? Like, isn't it kind of boring? What's up, Evelon? Isn't it kind of boring to like assume that the greatest story told has already been told and there will never be a story greater? What if somebody said to you right now, hey, remember what Star Wars did in 1970 whatever through 80 whatever? Remember those like years? You're gonna have that culturally changing moment again in like 2032. I'd be so fucking excited, right? What if like the next Lord of the Rings is written like dude, I want to live for that era and see what those things, you know, are. I'd be so disappointed if I end my short existence on this world and Star Wars was the most interesting thing I ever like experienced. I want to see some weird cool ass shit when I'm like, you know, old and ancient, like 32. Like at the same time, yeah, you can stream at the same time now, Delport. So pretty soon I'm gonna figure out how to do it, but I'm gonna be streaming simultaneously on ideally Twitch, YouTube, Kick, maybe Facebook, and maybe Discord as well. And then just have something on the other streams that says like chat is gonna be on Twitch, because interacting with all those chats is like difficult. But if I can interact with this chat and whatnot, then it's fine. Absolutely, godless creators make some amazing things in the world, probably, but your point is also valid. Yeah, that's fair. A lot of people think about, do a lot of people think about things on a macro level like this? I don't know, actually, maybe. Your idea was called Stranger Things, such Critical Role. That's true. There you go. That's Stranger Things is this greatest story ever told. I don't know. I didn't actually watch Stranger Things. I saw it. It looked kind of meh to me, but I've been encouraged as the seasons have gone on to watch it by some of my real like hardcore D&D friends, and I might actually give it a chance next time I'm feeling like sitting down to start a new binge TV show. I'm still not watching Breaking Bad. All right, you can't make me do it. A little late to the conversation. Excuse me. When you thank George Lucas, you also need to thank Francis Ford Coppola. Without him, American Graffiti would have never been made, and George would never have had the money to support make Star Wars. There's a lot of people. There's I forget his name, slips me my mind right now, but there's the executive at Fox that believed in him, that like fought the board constantly for George Lucas to be able to make his movie. Obviously his inspirations like Coppola, his peers like Spielberg was the only person when he showed the pre sort of like ILM version of Star Wars to all of his director friends. Spielberg was the only one that saw it and thought it was dope. Everyone thought it was some crazy ass bullshit, except Spielberg was like, this is gonna change everything. You know, you have to thank Joseph Campbell for whatever. You have to thank like that's the thing. That's what I love about that Moose, is that it's not one person. It's that it's a collective sort of like line. It's a lineage of storytellers and multidisciplinary creatives and people who are passionate about what they do that create these amazing things. And I'm just trying to be part of that for something, you know, that in the next sort of iteration of what important shit is, it'd be really fucking cool to be part of that. I don't know if I'll do it, but yeah, I mean like if somebody's talking about like if my art ever becomes like super inspirational to people one day, it's like, well, what are all the things that inspired me as an artist? And you'd have to thank, you know, World of Warcraft and Chris Metzen and Star Wars and Akihiko Yoshida and like all these other things. And I think that's really cool. I think it's cool to be part of a lineage of creatives, you know? I love it. It makes the creation process feel less lonely, you know? Not in a rude way. I just think that it's interesting because I don't think about these things at scale. Not my default, at least. Yeah, I don't know. I don't hear people talk about it like that all that often, Fishy, but maybe they do. I don't know. Don't watch Breaking Bad, watch Better Call Saul. Honestly, it's better. All right, got it. Are you gonna be asked for a telekinesis spell? I don't know. Do you think telekinesis is it fits in with the sort of the toolkit of like space magic and shit? You finished Lorvember? Oh fuck. Oh wait, is it the 30th? Or no, the 31st? Wait, I forget. There's 30 days in November, right? It is. It is the last day of Lorvember. Oh shit, I got like 2 things to write. Oh fuck. Oh, congratulations, Sonia. That's awesome. Congratulations. That is an achievement and a half. I'm impressed. God damn. I can't wait to like go through and pick out all the coolest shit and talk about it on stream. That's one of my favorite streams of the year in December. Congratulations, Sonia. You're an amazing storyteller, an amazing writer, and you've proven yourself once again. Though your art will never become super inspirational. My art will never become super inspirational, Ultima. Why not? What do I have to do, Ultima, do you think, to make my art super inspirational? What do you think I have to do to inspire people? What do you think I need to change about it? So I've asked myself that question a lot. Maybe you have insights for me. If I finally open up the advent calendar tomorrow, yeah, you can. That's fair. Still debatable if anything I wrote is actually good, but at least I wrote stuff. That's more than most writers can say. That's what the point is, not to write the best things you ever written, Sonia. The point is to flex those skills every day and force your mind to open to your writing every single day. And you did that with extreme success by completing the challenge in time. So congratulations. You should be very proud. I'm proud of you. Few people finish Lorvember. So, you know, very few people ever finish it. All right. Let's see what we got. Does she get a cape? She does get a cape. Why? What do I gotta do, Ultima? What do I gotta do to make my art inspirational? I need your input here, bro. I need you to help save me. Maybe there's some like deep insight that I'm missing. Some massive piece of advice that I can take, because I'm searching for that answer myself. Your art's professional and skilled, but it doesn't stand out. So what do you think I need to do to make my art stand out? What kind of art do you think does stand out? What kind of art do you like? What in your opinion is like, hey, this stands out, this is really good, it's solid? What do you think, bro? I'm legitimately curious. I want to be inspirational. I want to stand out one day. I want my art to matter. Bigger boobs, obviously. Yep, that's true. Who knows? Maybe Ultima's a Genshin player, right? I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You never know, man. Them Genshin players sneak up on you. They're like, it ain't anime, it ain't for me, bro. Wording paragraph incoming? Oh god, okay. I'm gonna get through this. It's your paragraph, so it matters to me. Me thinking at macro scale often just sends me on an existential spiral most times. It's hard to feel like something in so much of a full world, but it helps me to understand the context of relatability and continuity in the world. It's hard to say whether or not we'll make an impact in the world. We don't know if we don't know if knowing that scale helps us tackle it better. Yeah, it's true. I don't know, man. Life is hard, bro. Right? Life is hard. Ask Larry Elmore what he thinks would make your art stand out. Yeah, I'll just ask Larry Elmore. Just casually message him. So what do you think is art that stands out then, Ultima? Because I let's say I completely agree with you. My art does not stand out. It's not very interesting. What do I need to do you think, to make it more interesting? Like, who do you, in your opinion... Because I could give you my favorite artist, but, like, I already know my favorite artist. I want to know what you think would make my art stand out more. The shading and coloring? No. I want to know examples of what you think is art that really stands out. Like, who's an artist that you can be like, yo, this guy really stands out. This guy's super inspirational. This is art that really matters. Like, is it from a movie or a show or a painting or an artist that you can think of, or a game? What stands out to you? Because everybody has their own opinion, you know, as to art that really matters to them. But what stands out to you, my friend? I think that's valuable to know with people, right? Especially people who don't necessarily really like what you're doing. You got to know how to, like, bring those people in. So I'm very curious. What time is it? Oh, we're almost at Season of Discovery. We're almost there, bro. We're almost there. I thought I already did. Already has for so many centuries. Yeah, true. Please do not underestimate my degeneracy. Yeah, true. There you go. Yeah, you can never underestimate the gacha players, all right, and the VTubers. They will always prove just another level of, you know. Takahiko Inoue. All right, let's see. All right, what art stands out? Let's go deep. Takahiko Inoue. This is the artist of Slam Dunk, isn't it? Slam Dunk. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, all right. There we go. All right, Takahiko Inoue. His work is good. It definitely is good. You know? I agree. I like his stuff. It's very traditionally inspired. Very, like, ink brush inspired. Okay. I don't know if I'll ever make anime fans happy, though. Also Vagabond. So anime. Oh my god. So anime. So ultimately, you don't like my art because it's not anime. All right. Well, that's fine. That's fine. I can't please everyone. You like what you like. I don't know. I guess some people think my art stands out, you know. I guess you're not one of them. That's okay. Vagabond is okay, but the artist Slam Dunk, I don't know if I classify it in the greats, but I agree that my art is not where it needs to be, but I don't think going in the direction of anime is what I want to do for my art. But you know, I appreciate the input. It's anime-ish. You think my style is anime-ish? I don't know, man. I think, here's the thing, like, I'll show you anime. Like this is... you know? Ultimate, I need to ask you a question. And it's a very important question, because it's going to sort of determine what I ask you about next year, because I am very curious about this. Is English your first language? I know it might be a weird question, but I want to give you the benefit of the doubt here. I want to ask you, is English your first language? And that is because I'm not sure how to communicate something real quick. It is? Okay. So why do you think that the statement, let me go back up here. Let me put you on audit here real quick. Don't worry, your art will never become super inspirational. Why do you think that's a productive thing to say to anybody? Just curious. What I'm curious here, because like if English wasn't your first language, I'd be like, okay, you just don't like, you don't quite get it. Like it's fine, you know. People say things awkwardly because they're like, oh, in German it's like it means supposed to mean this, so I don't fucking know. But why do you think that that's a productive thing to say to an artist? Really quick, not like, hey man, your current art doesn't quite stand out enough for me, but just that your art will never be inspirational. A definitive statement of totality. I'm just confused as to why you think that's a productive thing to say to an artist, because I'm legitimately curious. It looks great. You like the anime too? Why does everyone like the anime so much? As a connoisseur of avid watcher of anime, reader of manga, Evan's style is not anime. Yeah, true. I don't know. Here's the thing. I see the inspiration though. I see the anime inspiration in a lot of the work I do. I definitely see it. You know, I wouldn't say that I draw realistically. I had a friend of mine tell me that you know, my art was like was really realistic, and I was like, what are you talking about? You know. So I get it. Did you figure out the astral night mechanics? We're kind of on the way there, I think, Ed. Yeah. Maybe it was maybe it was, do not worry, your art will not be inspirational. I don't trust the native English speakers with grammar. Maybe. Not gonna lie, I did appreciate Evan's anime piece. Thought it was really good. I'm here for the regular style. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Cause I'm just missing something here. I can think of like good ways to level criticism, but I don't think I could ever understand telling somebody who's like an artist or creative that they would never be able to achieve something. You know, that they would never be able to achieve something like that. That just seems weird. It's like, yo, hey, your art is not really my thing. It doesn't stand out to me. That's why I'm just curious about that. You have to press shift to use them or change the keyboard. Yeah, true. That's fair. So I don't know, man. Like I'm just curious. I'm learning something today, you know? Because I feel like you need to be able to bring people in and like have them understand what it is that they like about art, and then you can understand about them too, and then you grow as an artist because you learn from them. So I don't know. Yeah, it is a lot of intentional work to put it in a quotation. Fishy. It doesn't seem like a passing statement, you know? But I don't know. Could be. Maybe it's why I ask, because I don't know. You know, someone occasionally there's like someone has like a weird way of wording something, and I'm like, is that just not because you don't know how to word that properly in English? You know, because like you have to give people the benefit of the doubt. They aren't trying to be like intentionally malicious or whatever. You know. What do you got, Ultima? What do you got? Quotes were added for my emphasis to imply vocal tone and pacing that is absent from text. Don't know what the person was thinking, but wanted to read it as positive. I'm trying to read it positively, you know. But I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know. I'm out of regular water and I'm out of coconut water. It's so fucking dry here that I feel like I have to just be chugging a drink constantly, or else I just can't speak, you know? It's like when I was first starting streaming, I had to always have a hot drink with like honey or something in it. Now, as long as I have a drink, it's fine. Oh, queue for classic started? Okay. Hold on, let me get in. Let me get into queue real quick. Stream's not over yet, but let me get into queue. Position queue 30. Estimated time less than a minute. All right. Thorkin, thank you for getting me in before it became a 5,000 person queue. I climbed my office, so I haven't been able to fully listen, but did someone come in here and talk shit and now isn't responding to your follow-up questions? Maybe. I don't know. Like, listen, I try and give people the benefit of the doubt. Have you published your work in any comic books or illustrated work yet? Not in comic books, but I have had my work in board games, yeah. But Ultimate, my brother, I'm asking you because I worry that there's a misunderstanding that you might get nuked for. Why do you think it's productive to tell an artist that they will never be inspirational or never be something? That's what I'm looking for an answer for, not like whether or not like my stuff has been published or whatever, or you know, I'm trying to understand that, like, that concept there, because I feel like, because here's the thing, to the average person that sounds like just unnecessary hating, and I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here. I'm really trying super hard to give you the benefit of the doubt. Most art streamers, I'll admit, Ultima would have just banned you and just talked about, you know, whatever they're going to talk about next. And I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, but you're losing me, my friend. I might have to pull up the Stark family claymore if we don't get somewhere. Gotta get ready for work. All right, Azalea, thank you again for the gift of sub, Azalea. I appreciate you. I will catch you later, and thank you again for that. Good luck. Please queue. It just disconnected me, so I'll queue when we can, Ella. But it says logging into game server right now, so we'll see what happens. I don't know. Before it becomes a 30-minute queue time. Yeah, we'll see. Cause like it's supposed to be up in 20 minutes or what? 21 minutes is when season is. Oh, I got in. Hold on. Let's see. Seasonal. So there's, okay, so this is cool. Check it out. Monitor. So there are currently RP, PvP, PvP, RP, and normal. That's everything. What's the longest queue you've ever had in World of Warcraft, Nick? I once sat in a queue that was around 8 hours. I queued into, I think it was Warlords of Draenor on the opening week, before the game, before the game servers were fixed and during the DDoS. I queued in before work that day. I came home and I was like I think like 20th in line as I came down on sat down at my desk. So it would have been more than 8 hours. It would have actually been like probably closer to 9 or 10. Because if you work for 8.5 hours, and then it's a half hour there and back, so yeah, it would have been like a 9.5 hour queue, maybe like closer to 10-hour queue, but I don't know. 12 for classic launch. That's so long, man. I'm sick and have to leave work so I can queue up for Warcraft. Yeah, I would get, when I was in school, I'd get my mom to queue up for it. You know, the longest queue I've ever been was like 4 to 5 hours for what game? Never done a big game at major launch. Yeah, that's rough, bro. 26.23 gigabyte update for Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, fuck. I don't want to install another update, man. Lone Wolf. I don't want to do, we're not going to do PvP. So, a realm normal is probably what we'll do, whatever they call that. You know? I don't know what it is.
Breaking news, workers across the country are suddenly immensely ill and must go home to come back to work the next day. Stay indoors and queue for WoW,
Yeah, alright. Yeah, thank you, Biddy. Thank you for 100 bits. Alright, Ultimate. I'm sorry, bro. Your last chance is up. I wanted to know what your thoughts were here, but where's the pop-out thing? But I guess there's some miscommunication there, so I regret it, unfortunately. Yeah, thank you, Ella, thank you. I can't have people like that negative in my stream. I just can't. You know, somebody telling me that I'll never be like I'll never be like good, basically, never be a good artist. Like, what the fuck is that, man? What the fuck? Mods, can you get them on Discord if they are on Discord too? Just take the Stark family claymore, I don't know, and just fucking cut ties and whatever. But yeah, that's because here's the thing, you can't just disregard people's criticisms and just say, oh, you disagree with what I do, you don't like what I do, okay, that's fine, you know, no problem. And I know that I'm not the best artist in the world, absolutely. There's things that there's styles that I want to adapt, things that I want to do, you know, that I feel like would make me a better artist, and I want to really become that artist, but without productive like insight, it just comes down to haters, and you can't listen to haters, man. So that's too bad. As an action, you enter a stance in which you gain a bonus to your AC, and you cannot make melee attacks. So typically, stances though is an interesting idea for the night. For the record, your art and streams inspire me every day. Even when I can't join on stream, I get notifications. I know you're spreading positivity and love. That's inspiring. Thanks, Steve. That means a lot, bro. That's a powerful compliment. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Are such a broad category. I don't think really be a single best person. No, not really. So, yeah, man, that's cool. That's cool. Inspiring people is not an intent, but that's cool, man. It's crazy to criticize someone who's better at a thing than you've ever been, like me trying to criticize an Olympic gymnast. Look, that's the thing. You can criticize art, even if you can't produce the art yourself, I think, Ed. But the thing is that I just don't understand is saying like, oh, you'll never be a good artist, or you'll never be like great. It's like, that's just, isn't that just weird? Do people think that binary about stuff? You know, where they're like, oh, well, I gave up on my dream, so like clearly unless you're already great, you'll never be great. It's like you've never watched somebody grow. I don't know. Like, I've never marketed my stream as like me being a master artist. Oh, I gotta log L in. Fuck, one sec. I've never marketed my stream as me being a master artist. Right? My stream... Oh, wrong Warcraft. Fuck. I accidentally logged into regular Warcraft. My stream has always been me trying to do art things. And me trying to grow and be better. Hold up. Classic. All right. We're logging L in. I've never marketed myself as a master artist, you know, but I want people around me that believe in like growth, right? If I had believed that I would never be an artist, why would I even ever started? You know, if I had believed that I could here's the thing, and you know what? I know realistically what it's like to be on that end of despair. Like, I remember, man, I gave up on art very briefly because I thought I'd never be an artist. I thought I'd never be great, you know? And I thought, well, what's the point? Oh, okay, it's going. It's just a cinematic. I thought, what's the point if I'll never be a great artist? And I gave up. And man, when you don't have hope to like be better, that's such a depressing reality that I just didn't want to live in it, you know? And I think that recognizing that you're not good at something or not where you want to be at something, but you have the faith that you can be good at it or you can do it is really important. I mean, like, I spent my entire life overweight. I'm overweight, but I lost like 80 pounds in the last year and a half. That's a fuckload of weight, man. I still got a lot more to lose, but it's like, what if I just let that belief that I'll never lose weight, never be fit, you know, permeate my existence? You don't want people like that around. So I'm not mad at that dude or whatever. I just kind of feel bad. So it's like, you know, there's like a lot of limiting belief in there that's being projected. So that's a shame. That's a very rare day. I wasn't expecting a soap opera today, but what a show. I enjoyed my stay. Amazing, my dude. Handled beautifully. Have a good wow. Thanks, dude. I'm gonna announce what server we're on, and then I'm probably gonna play with Ella for a little while. So anyone who wants to play Warcraft with us, for some reason you want to play Warcraft, you know, I'm Madge, but also wife. Yeah, maybe. All right, let's go back to the Heart season servers. We don't have the server names yet. This is concerning me. That's one of my biggest regrets. Yep. You can't give up on yourself, man. You can't ever say that you'll never be something or ever let people talk to you like that, because it's like you start to believe it. The worst thing you can do is believe you'll never be what you want to be. You'll never do what you want to do, and then you're fucked, man. Punish fact, master in the guild era wasn't the best. It was professional, apprentice, journeyman, master. If you can be a confident if you can complete a project in your field, soup to nuts, plan to finish, and get paid for it, then you are a master. That's an interesting way of putting it. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is that I don't even like disagree that I'm just not like where I want to be as an artist. I'm not even mad about that, you know? I say it. I can't be mad at people. Other people say it too. But it's just the limiting factor that I don't want to deal with. But all right. 2 minutes supposedly until the servers come on. 2 minutes. I'm excited. I'm excited. I don't know how many people are going to play with us, but we're going to decide our realm. We'll pick the realm, and then Elle's probably going to come up here and play with me for a couple of hours. So I don't know. If it doesn't come up right at 2, then what's up, Bella? You thought of something? What? No. Steph's not here, and neither is Bizzo.
Steph's there.
Steph? No.
Steph's in Discord.
Steph's in Discord? Is she? Oh, well, Bizzo is not there to care about your nails, your Christmas nails. All right, well, there you go.
They're so pretty.
Send the clip to Bizzo, okay?
Also, honey.
Yeah.
When people have 7 mod comments over like 4 months.
That person had 7 mod comments? Yeah. Holy shit! I should have banned him like a year ago.
Yeah.
Oh goddamn, that's a bad boy. I like to give people a chance to, like, you know, I want to give people a chance to redeem themselves and to learn. I don't want people to feel like if they stumble once, they're gonna get banned and outed and just, you know, executed. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You excited to play Warcraft? I don't know. They haven't changed the realm names yet, though. Like this is concerning to me. This is concerning. It just says a realm. Excuse me. Keep telling you you're too nice to people. I don't know if it's nice, fishy.
Too nice to people.
Shut up. Everyone skip my stupid networking joke. Oh, sorry. I just didn't see it. I want to see the Christmas nails. Stop, Soja. Stop encouraging her. The nails are coming for you. Yeah. I'm so upset. I need a power cable for my second hard drive, and evidently they're not universal. So I'm just looking to buy another PSU. That's a travesty. I'm sorry. They stumbled 7 times, to be frank. Yeah. All right. That's fair. That's fair. That's a lot. That's a lot, man. People don't get banned all that often in my chat. That's a rare day. You guys got a rare experience, man. That's a good one. You know, did you boot Classic normally? I did. I booted Classic normally. Went to the servers. It's Classic era. Hardcore. I don't know where. Oh, my Classic characters got ported to Wrath Classic. That's because you don't want them to be banned. I want people, I don't want anyone to be terrified that if they slip up, they make a bad joke, they say something awkward, that they feel like they're outed forever, that they're banned. You know, I don't want people to feel like that. I think that's not a great way to help people be better. That's a great way to make yourself less stressed out, sure, whatever. But you know, you don't help anyone. And like, I'm an awkward nerd. I've needed people to like tolerate my stupidity and not out me, you know, and say you can't come back here, you made a dumb joke, you're irredeemable. Because when you take someone who's like that and you push them out even further, that's how they go to the fringes and become worse. And you don't save anybody by doing that. So I try and keep people, like, give people a chance, you know. But I've been loud in a couple of years, haven't played Classic ever. Oh shit, it's time. It's time. Then we're on it. Make terrible jokes constantly. I'm still here. Yeah, well, there you go, man. You just just have to be positive or whatever. And if you know what, Evan's kindness is the only thing holding back a horde of angry mods from banning everyone. That's true, actually. Yeah, I appreciate you guys for always looking out for me. Oh. Wait, they changed the names. They changed the names. Okay. We have Wild Growth, Crusader Strike, Lava Lash, Living Flame, Lone Wolf, and Penance. Are we really gonna have to roll on Wild fucking Growth? Ah, come on, man. Come on, bro. Really? Wild Growth? Art is about creating. It's also a way to communicate. Art is difficult and takes time to learn, but as artists, we continually grow and improve our communication skills. Yeah, I think so. We all have goals, and you know what? That's a good thing, because if we didn't want to reach for anything, we wouldn't be anywhere. If every path leads to Rome, doesn't fucking matter where you're on the path. Just start somewhere. Yeah, man. Thanks, Thorkin. That's legit, bro. I appreciate you. I'm a terrible joker. I've been here for like 4 times, and you know what? You're part of the family, Ed. Everyone gets one. It gets one. You're being kind of weird. Yeah, I think so. Apparently that guy got 7 though. I just forget. So, should we roll on RP? Is that what we should do? Should we roll on Lava Lash? Should we go to Lava Lash instead? Do we roll on an RP server? Here's the thing. RPers have more fun in World of Warcraft than anyone else. I think we do it. I think we roll on Lava Lash. I think we do it, man. Think about it. Think about it. RP walking through town, walking up to someone. Hail, adventurer. You look like the sturdy sort. Would you like to come tank Black Fathom Depths for us? Dude, maybe Crusader Strike looks like. I don't want to do PvP, I don't think. I don't think a PvP server is a good idea. Tell them silly stories about what happens. Yep. Does Classic let you party anyone on friends list still, or is that only modern? That's only modern. That's only modern. Yeah, Classic is still server specific and faction specific. I don't want PvP. Yeah, I don't want to deal with PvP. I don't want to deal, because here's the thing. There's nobody who has more free time than somebody who can PvP in World of Warcraft. You know, they're just poll is up. What do you mean poll? There's like 3 of us it matters to. What are you talking about? I think we go on the RP server. Yeah. I prefer normal then, unless we're RPing for memes. So my big concern, Ashy, is that Wild Growth won't be that popular because of the name. That's all I'm worried about. I suppose we could do it. If we want to transfer later, we could. What do you guys think? RP or PvP or normal? I don't see Lone Wolf. Please embrace your inner edgelord. Stop. Lone Wolf is PvP. I don't want to play on a PvP server. It's annoying. Lava Lash sounds cooler. Yeah, never played WoW. I don't know what you're talking about, but you know I'm voting. Come on, man. Oh, God. Are they up yet? Are servers? Is this shit up or is it? Hold on, I kicked Ella out. Is this up? Hold on, social contract, main realm, seasonal. They're offline still. Fuck. Should be up, but it's not. Classic story of my life, isn't it? With World of Warcraft. Hold on, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna go grab something. When I come back, they're gonna be up. It's magic, alright? Watch it. Watch it happen. Oh, yeah? God damn it. I thought that would work. Immediate emergency maintenance? Did they actually say that? I'm gonna go to WoW CS. Twitter. Search. Wow. Oh, it's Blizzard CS, not WoW CS, sorry. Blizzard CS, the Americas. What do we got? Emergency maintenance during this time, the game will be unavailable for play. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Alright. Alright, Blizzard. I see you. Review the new class roles while I wait. Warlock, tank, mage, etc. I might go grab some need, actually. Instead, if we figure out what server we want to play on. Lava Lash 1? Sounds like you have time to download the Baldur's Gate 3 patch? Yeah, maybe. I'm excited about the new rules. I think Shaman Tank is the one people are most excited about. Even though Warlock Tank is getting more likes and follows and shit on Twitter or whatever. If Warlock Tank was a Twitter fall or Twitter bot. Yeah, I don't know, man. Let's see if I can find something about this. You have an extra expansion of what's going on, Blizz. I love this. Oh, this is amazing. Blizzard CS. Where's Season of Discovery? Where game? Where game? A Blizzard launch got pushed back is having issues? Who could have ever seen that? Shocked. Why not just say launch Season Discovery has been delayed? That seems to be the only thing impacted. We do have realm names now. You know, hey, we don't have realms that are up. First time I've seen them concede it's emergency-based maintenance, physically, in a long time. Makes me glad to see. Yeah, it's transparency, bro. I just want people to say where game. Still waiting. Season of Disaster. How rare. Where SOD. We want comp stomp. Late. Crying laughing emoji. Ridiculous effort. At Asmongold. Late. Dead game. Guys, is the game dead? Season of Discovery hasn't even come out. Is it already a dead game? Oh no. Dude. It died? Yeah, we just need game question mark. You're all pathetic. I fucking love Twitter, man. Oh, whoever thought Twitter was a good idea. You're a terrible person, but also you've done a service to humanity. Well, all right. I don't know. What do you guys think? Lavalash, or of the people who are actually going to play Warcraft, what do you guys think? Do you go Lavalash or do you go Wild Growth? Do you guys want regular server or do you want RP server? Where game, who game, what game? Because here's the thing, RP doesn't really affect anything except for people are like nicer to everyone else. Posted Lavalash, what are we doing here? Yeah, okay, that's fair, maybe. Maybe we should just do Lavalash, you know? And then just roll it. I'll never RP realistically. Neither will I, but they have more fun over there. All right, Ella, what was your vote, Ella? What did you want? I just want to play a game with as many friends as I can. I'd rather not PvP. Yeah, we're not going to PvP. Fuck PvP. It's not going to happen. I don't want to deal with that shit. Oh. Lavalash is offline. Oh. Be an RPer? You like D&D? I'd try do. RP servers played more or less. Mad about people from opposing factions? About the same, I think. Oh. Maybe it's Wild Growth. Maybe it's Wild Growth. I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see. Hold on. Let me try and get on Ella. Wait, we're logging in. All right, we're doing Wild Growth server, apparently. I guess we're doing Wild Growth. We'll talk about it in Discord, but I guess this is gonna take a while, so thought we'd get on and get to try it. But while Alice is doing its thing, I'm gonna go get some food, and we will I don't know, we'll figure out what we're gonna do, man. This is gonna be fun. So if you want to play with us, I'll put information with the guild, the server, all that stuff in the gaming channel in Discord. It's gonna be fucking sick. And I don't know, where's our outro? There we go. So thank you guys for coming today. I appreciate y'all. You're amazing. Thank you for being inspiring, wonderful individuals that I get to have the absolute pleasure of and hanging out with. So thanks, guys. Tomorrow I don't know if there'll be a stream. I have to go out. I have to do some things, medical appointment things. I might be back. I don't know yet in time. I'll let you guys know closer to 10 a.m. if I'm streaming tomorrow or not. And maybe I'll do a little stream on my second channel or whatever. Some World of Warcraft or maybe in Discord. But either way, have a great rest of your day. Don't ever let anyone tell you you won't be a super inspirational one day. And until next time, my friends, farewell.